open session from closed at 6:05. And with that, we have a report of final action.
All right, the board took action in closed session to, it was motioned by trustee Makala and seconded by trustee Munoz, approved by a vote of 5-0 to approve a leave of absence for a certificated employee for the remainder of the 24-25 school year. No other action was taken.
All right. Moving on, approval of the agenda. I think there is one item we are removing.
Yes, let me get the item number. Here is item number 10.2, comprehensive school safety plans. After some of our folks had started to develop their plans, the governor signed a new bill which changed some of the requirements of the plans midstream. So we've got to go back and add a few things to those and then bring them back for approval.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda, the board? No? Is there a motion to approve as amended?
I'll move to approve as amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay. Item 3.4, public comment on non-agenda items. So anything that's not on the agenda.
Yes, we have let's see. I believe we have two that are non-agenda.
Okay, so before you do that, I'm just going to read our disclosure statement. Individuals may address the board on agenda and non-agenda items during public comment and or at the time they are under consideration by completing the speaker form provided on the table at the entrance and submitting to Renee Holes, administrative assistant. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual. Speakers will be chosen in random order. A timer will be set for 3 minutes. If you do not complete your comment when the timer rings, you may leave a written comment for the board's information. Each person may only speak once per agenda topic and is required to address the board from the podium. A total of 20 minutes public comment per topic will be allowed. In exceptional circumstances, the board may consider adjusting the amount of time allowed for public comment. Public comment cannot be acted upon or discussed by the board in accordance with the Brown Act. The board may request staff to respond orally at the meeting or at a future time. If you require translation service, please contact Renee Holes at the district office 72 hours in advance by phone or email. Members of the public who wish to address the board may also submit public comments prior to the start of the meeting by emailing boardmeeting@fbusd.us. Staff will make all attempts to share and record any submissions received prior to or during the board meeting. However, depending on timing, late submissions may be provided to the board after the conclusion of the meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes each, which is approximately 390 words. And with that, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So the first, we actually have one non-agenda public comment from Diana Sanchez. And Diana, just so you know, I have the 3-minute timer here, so you'll hear it ding. Can you make it around there? Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your help here. We're in a small space, so thank you for that.
So I'm Diana Sanchez. I have children in 3 of the schools, Dana Gray Middle School and High School. I wanted to make the board aware of a complaint that I submitted on August 26th regarding discrimination from Miss Loomis, the vice principal at the middle school, towards my son, Joaquin. And so I got a letter back from the middle school on August 30th, and it says the parent complaint is as follows: harassment for a mental or physical disability, discrimination towards my son due to a physical disability, and breach of HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. It says Fort Bragg Middle School administrators conducted an investigation and found the allegations to be founded. So I just wanted to come up here and say that I'm a little bit concerned about the administration at the middle school with the recent events. I think this was long before one of the topics that's coming up today, but I think that the administration needs to be worked on, training, I'm not sure. I did hear back from Ms. Vieira, like I said. I did also submit this to the superintendent, and I never heard back from him. So I just want to make you aware that this is happening, and I had never had an incident like this before, and I went to school here all my life, and my kids are going through the same schools. So I just wanted to voice that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on non-agenda?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item 4, patriotic exercise. I get the honor of doing that this evening, so I just wanted to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, which is actually not an official federal holiday yet. There's a bill in Congress to make it so, but it hasn't passed the last few years for whatever reason. But it, as many of you know, it is in the works of replacing Columbus Day. It's celebrated as an alternative, citing the lasting harm Indigenous tribes suffered because of Columbus's contributions to colonizing the Americas. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all that they've given us and continue to give us. So yeah, all right. Moving on, number 5, acknowledgements.
All right, so the board acknowledges that October is California School Bus Safety Month, National Energy Awareness Month, National Fire Prevention Week was October 6th through 12th, National School Lunch Week is October 14th through 18th, Week of the School Administrator is October 13th through 19th, Digital Citizenship Week is October 21st through 25th, America's Safe Schools Week is October 20th through 26th. World Mental Health Day was on October 10th. And Indigenous Peoples Day and Columbus Day was on October 14th.
All right.
Donation acknowledgement. The board would like to acknowledge $100 that was donated anonymously to support ASB and FFA programs at Fort Bragg Middle School, and $224.07 that was donated by the Fort Bragg Middle School Parents Club to support the purchase cost of the Scholastic Math magazine at Fort Bragg Middle.
All right. Moving on, number 6, communication. If anyone's received any communication they'd like to share with the board.
I think we all got the change our name teach-in. Get that email, everyone.
So I've received numerous communications, one about the middle school incident, also about concerns about access to cell phones at school during the day, and teacher placement at Redwood. And
Did you say placement or?
sorry, yeah, student
not
student
replacement.
placement. No, placement, like
Placement.
student placement and yeah, at Redwood. Sorry, not teacher placement. Sorry about that. Moving on to item 7, which is public comment. These are for agenda items. You can either comment under this item number 7 or wait till the actual item on the agenda. So if there's any,
We have several.
okay.
First person I have is Yahaira Valenzuela, sorry.
Hello, my name is Yahaira Valenzuela, and I'm a former teacher at FBUSD. I'm here to say that there should not be an SRO on campus. As a person of color and as someone that has had many interactions with police, I rarely felt safe around police. I know that the SRO contract is not new, but there was a gap in time where I was attending FBUSD and there wasn't an officer on campus. It isn't necessary and further harms communities of color in this town. I won't get into any specifics or details about the event that took place at FBMS because I know that it is confidential, but I will say this. Whatever attempt at building a relationship between communities of color and police staff in this town is completely gone. Students witnessed an immense amount of pain and trauma inflicted on a student, and that is something that they will never forget. They are feeling alienated, targeted, and discriminated against. The current SRO doesn't have cultural sensitivity, let alone empathy, to be on campus. Showing insensitive and downright racist presentations about gang attire and culture that directly reflect his current behavior. I know that without a doubt, my former coworkers are more suitable to handle situations like these with de-escalation tactics than what took place on that campus. I hope the board will hear my plea and terminate this SRO contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Faith Simon.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Faith Simon. I've been providing the children of the Mendocino Coast with primary health care for the last 25 years. My job is to advocate for kids and their families and to do all I can to keep them healthy and safe. As a nurse practitioner, I pay a lot of attention to data. Tonight, I want to share a little bit of that information with you. There have been numerous research investigations into the issue of police on school campuses over the last decade. Report after report demonstrate the harmful, discriminatory, costly, and counterproductive impact of police in the schools in California and across the country. On the other hand, I could find no credible research that established a link between law enforcement and increased school safety. Over the last few weeks, I've spoken with middle schoolers who witnessed the events of September 30th. They all told me the same story. The kids were deeply shaken by witnessing the actions of the police on the campus that day. They almost all used the words racist or racism when they told me their stories. This concerns me. In California, Black students, who make up only 6% of the California student population, account for 15% of all student arrests. Latino students account for 28% of the population, yet 44% of the student arrests on campus. I certainly hope that we're not seeing that here on our campus. One recent study specifically looked at middle schools that hired police on campus and found that they not only do not reduce serious incidents, but have a greater increase the students' chances of being referred to police for low-level violations. They found that school staff called police to address bullying issues, which should have been handled through school administrative policies, and concluded that the school staff should never request the involvement of law enforcement in a situation that can be safely and appropriately managed within the district's internal student resources and procedures. There is no evidence that adding police to schools results in any reduction in bullying. Instead, SROs are correlated with increased student alienation, poor school climate, and decreased feelings of safety. Resource officers on campus correlate with punitive practices and expose kids to not only handcuffing and excessive use of force, but also to police intimidation, to verbal abuse, and sexual harassment. Unfortunately, I just heard another very upsetting story this afternoon. Apparently, Officer Beek felt it was his job to approach a student leaving the campus and tell her that she looked like a gangster. She was wearing
I'm sorry,
blue.
your time is up. Thank you.
I'm done.
Apologize.
She was wearing blue sneakers and a blue rosary, and he took her name down on a list that he's keeping for who knows what. Is this intimidation? Is it verbal abuse? Is it sexual harassment? I don't know, but it certainly seems inappropriate to me. We should be using other interventions to deal with our problems in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Krista, I'm sorry, is it Norman? Norman, okay, thank you.
So I have been advised that I have 3 minutes to speak. And outside of those 3 minutes, pardon me, I'm allowed more than 3 minutes if it's an extraordinary circumstance. This is an absolutely extraordinary circumstance. I'm not going to abide by your 3-minute rule. Let me start again. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Krista Norman, and I am here as a mother of black boys and also white boys. And I'm furious and I'm heartbroken about the assault and hog tying of a black student, a black child, at Fort Bragg Middle School. I'm also here as a white passing mixed race woman who grew up with a strong black lesbian activist grandmother who taught me to never stay silent when faced with injustice. I want you to know this is deeply personal to me, not just because I am a parent, but because my partner was the only teacher to intervene in this horrific incident. He did what any decent person would do. He tried to protect that child. And for doing his job, which is to protect children, he was threatened with arrest. This man is a very gentle, stoic, very nice man, and all of your children may, if they're in middle school, they have encountered him. He is a gentle, kind human. He is a very good man, and he happens to be black. I'm appalled that in our schools, a teacher can be threatened with arrest for doing the right thing. The fact that my partner had to step in because no one else was willing or able to is a glaring indictment of the system that allowed this to happen. It speaks volumes about the failures in our protocols, in our priorities, and in our commitment to the safety and dignity of every child. This was not a momentary lapse in judgment. It was a misuse of power against a black child. A black child body. And it was compounded by the fact that the only person who acted to protect him was treated as if he were the problem. We cannot ignore the message that this sends. That stepping in to protect a black child makes you a threat. It makes you a target. Imagine what that child felt. Not only being restrained and treated with such aggression, but then witnessing the one person who tried to help being threatened. As a mother, I'm furious. I have both black and white sons, and I am not naive enough to think that they will be treated the same. I am terrified that my black sons will be seen as a threat in the very places where they should feel the safest. This incident forces me to confront the painful reality that in our schools, the color of a child's skin can determine how much protection they receive or how much harm they endure. And now I am standing here looking at you, an all-white school board, telling you that what happened is absolutely unacceptable. I am using my white privilege as a mixed person to stand up here and not be labeled an angry black woman, but I'm fucking angry. This is unacceptable, and the fact that anybody put in a place a police officer without protocol is insanity. You are the ones with the power to change this, and if you do not take immediate action, you are complicit in perpetuating a system. I hear your alarm.
I'm sorry, your time is
nope,
up, ma'am.
my time is not up.
We have
I
other
will
people
take
who would
another
like
3
to
minutes.
do
It's
speak.
extraordinary circumstances. Thank you
Ma'am,
very much.
there are other
Nope, that's
people
it.
who would like to
It's extraordinary
speak.
circumstances. It's said on the website, and I can cite it. I will be taking another 3 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
And now I'm standing here looking at you.
I just, maybe we could.
This isn't about a single incident.
No, but if she.
Scott?
If she, our.
It's about how our
Yes,
policies.
yes, if you could, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
perfect.
That's what I said.
Yep.
We have an
If
allotment
you
of
want to
20
give your
minutes.
three, sure,
Yes.
that's fine. That's fine.
This isn't about a single incident. It's about how our policies and practices allow for the criminalization and over-policing of black children. You have a responsibility to acknowledge this reality and take defensive, decisive action to ensure it never happens again. I'm not here to make polite requests. I am demanding that you make real changes to prevent this kind of harm from happening again. Here's what needs to be done. 1, overhaul the use of force protocols immediately. Not review, not revise, overhaul. The current policies are clearly inadequate if a child can be treated this way while a teacher who tries to help is threatened with arrest. We need protocols that prioritize de-escalation and respect for every student's humanity. Mandatory, comprehensive, anti-bias training for this all-white committee. All staff, including law enforcement in schools, need ongoing training, not just a one-time workshop, on actual cultural competency, implicit bias, and how to handle situations involving Black children. All children, but specifically Black and brown children, period. It's clear that our current training isn't working if this is the result. Establish real accountability measures. When staff or officers use excessive force or target those who try to help, there must be immediate and transparent consequences. The officer involved and those who threatened my partner with arrest need to be held accountable. Number 4, provide immediate support to the affected student and family. This child and my partner deserve a public apology from this board counseling, and a commitment that changes will be made. His family and mine should not have to fight for basic recognition of the harm done. 5, involve the community in reviewing and reforming policies. Establish an advisory board with diverse representation from the community, especially from parents and students and teachers of color, to ensure these policies are reviewed by those who live with the consequences. I'm standing here today not just as a mother, but as a partner of the only teacher who tried to help that boy and was punished for it. That alone should tell you how broken this system is. I am demanding that you do something to fix it. If you don't take real, immediate, and meaningful action, you are sending a message that Black children's lives are less valuable and that those who protect them are not welcome in your schools. This is your moment to show us what kind of leaders you are. Are you going to hide behind excuses and vague promises, or are you going to use your power to make our schools places where children, Black, white, and every shade in between, are truly safe and valued? I urge you to act, not just for the sake of this child, but for the sake of every child in this district who deserves to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kylie. Okay, you gave up your turn. Okay. Did you still have additional comments or anything different from what was already offered?
I mean, it was on the same topic.
Okay. I have Maria Garcia.
Sorry, I have social anxiety. So following up to what was just said, I just wanted to say briefly on behalf of Black families, mine and families that I have talked to, I just wanted to let you guys know that we don't feel like our children are safe in the schools. And I want that to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the public comment I have at the moment.
Is there any other public comment for now? You can always there can always do more when an actual agenda item comes up. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 8.1, student rep report. Lillian.
Hi. Okay, so to start at Redwood, what is going on is they have a harvest festival happening this Sunday. It's going to be from 12 to 2, and this is their biggest fundraiser of the year, so for parents or anyone who would like to volunteer, they do need volunteers. They also are going to have a costume parade on Thursday, the 31st, for Halloween. Information will be shared on Parent Square. There will be no school the following day, November the 1st. They have a movie night coming up on Friday, November the 8th. Families are invited to attend. The movie will start at 5, and students are going to vote to see which movies they'd like to see this week. Also, Friday, November 8th, they are having a morning opening and coffee with the principal. Report card conferences will happen Tuesday, November 19th, Friday, the 22nd. Then Students will be dismissed at 12:30 so that teachers have time to meet with the families. And there will be no school the following week for Thanksgiving. At Dana Gray, October 17th, so today, Dana Gray participated in the Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill along with schools all over the world. Tomorrow is their first annual Dolphin Dash Run-a-thon. This is a fundraiser for the Parents Club, and this will be happening during PE for the students. They're super excited to have Popcorn Fridays back and are very thankful to all the parents who have come to the school to make this happen. At the middle school, there has been a dodgeball tournament this week during lunch. This is sponsored by the Fort Bragg Middle School Student Council. They have a Halloween dance October 25th. The 8th grade Pacific Environmental Education Center overnight field trip is scheduled for October, which is super exciting. The first group is going this week. Volleyball games are scheduled and ongoing, and their next home game is October 28th. For the high school, our homecoming is next week, which will have the homecoming football game on Friday and a homecoming dance on Saturday. So activities will be happening throughout there. The PSAT just happened for our sophomores and juniors, and the SAT will be held November 2nd for the seniors. We just did senior parking spots, so you can see those out in the stadium parking lot, and more will be added hopefully. And then at Noyo, things are going well. A couple weeks ago, one of their advisories did an overnight field trip to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. There have been several field trips to local organizations and businesses, including the fire department and Thanksgiving coffee. Last week, they celebrated Latin American Heritage Month with a potluck celebration. In sports, their students played the Coast Guard at softball, and this week they'll be traveling to Forestville to compete in a Big Picture Schools basketball tournament. They also hosted the staff at Hans Community School in Lakeport as they spent a day there learning about their school. And the final round of the Model Continuation High School Awards program is going on. They made it to that, and they will welcome a site visit in December. And that is all.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 8.2, School Resource Officer.
So I wanted to make something clear this evening that this was not agendized as an action item at this point, so that would be required in a different posting or something like that, if that's some direction that the board would direct staff to move in. It's just simply a report this evening. So just the way that it's agendized, there's no possible action that could be taken at this moment. So I just want to clarify that for the room, that we're not, it's just the way it's currently agendized, so.
And the board asked for this to be on the agenda so we could just hear what's happening with the officer and get another look at the MOU so that we could then, if we wanted to bring it back at some point in the future, we could, so.
I wanted to give a little background, Chief, if I could, just from our perspective, that an SRO has served the students of Fort Bragg Unified off and on based on funding and personnel availability since about 2007. Our current contract was newly formed for the 24-25 school year after our previous funding source expired. We fund time for the SRO during the school year, and the City of Fort Bragg funds the time that's outside of the school year. The SRO provides campus supervision and supports, has attended school events, athletic events, parent education events outside of the regular school day, and that the SRO has been on each campus in the district with the goal to establish positive relationships with students. We've also seen a decrease we know that there have been fights that have been prevented at the high school level with the presence of the school resource officer, and I believe Chief has some stats on that as well. So.
All right. Thank you, Board. I'm Chief Cervenka with Fort Bragg PD. Some statistics to start out with, and these are only in the first 40 days of school. 51 staff requests for the SRO. These are documented requests when a staff member requests an SRO be present for an incident or reports an incident to the SRO. There were 9 assault investigations where incidents of assault that occurred on campuses reported to the SRO. There were 17 parent or student requests for the SRO, incidents where a parent or student reached out to the SRO for assistance. There were 6 incidents of drug or vape activity where the SRO located drugs or vapes on campus. 38 incidents of potential violence that were prevented, and these were reported by staff, students, and parents to the SRO. There were 21 incidents of out-of-control students. These are out of control or eloped from school, ran away from school. 18 were from Redwood and Dana Gray, where the SRO assisted and talked to the child and helped them come back or get the parent over there or whatever. He conducted 8 traffic stops with no citations issued. Those were in the school zones. Recovered 5 weapons on school grounds. Assisted 3 times in medical calls. The SRO has advanced medical training and equipment if necessary. He conducted 3 truancy checks where staff requested the SRO go to a student's home due to the student not being at school because they were concerned for their welfare. There were 12 criminal incidents handled by the SRO that he was able to turn over to school administration. That's always the preferred choice. And then no criminal record is formed on the student. Some notable cases, student requested his assistance with dropping out of a criminal street gang. Students were found in a vehicle on school property with ammunition and alcohol. And he located a juvenile on school campus in possession of multiple knives who had been released a week prior for possession of an illegal firearm. Some of the training that the SRO has is critical incident stress management, peer support training, the crisis intervention training 40-hour course. He went to gang awareness this week. He went to tactical medicine course to be, the old name was combat medic, but it is for school shootings, really dynamic events requiring advanced medical care. Attended the Why'd You Stop Me course for tactical communication. He's scheduled for de-escalation for SRO. It's a special de-escalation course for SRO in December. And he's going to basic SRO school in March. And you may be asking why it's that far out. We scheduled these courses in June, and that was the earliest we could get him in because they are full all over the state. He just recently went on a ride-along with Series with their SRO in the middle school and alternative education and learned how different it is in the Central Valley compared to Fort Bragg. We've had a successful program thus far because he has generated hardly any criminal complaints. It has all been turned over to the administration, which was our intent from the beginning. In the past, what would happen is things would get out of control. They'd have to call the police department, and then we move into criminal action, because at that point, we don't have that ability. With the contract, we're able to work with the superintendent, and he works for the superintendent, so he can turn things over to the school much more easily than having to go the criminal route, which is what our hope is. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions at this point on the board?
Just from the board, or can we ask questions?
I do have some questions.
Yeah, please.
So the SRO needs some training, so
Yes.
they're scheduled for training, but typically, what is the duty of a SRO?
It varies from day to day. He visits many of the school campuses. He interacts with students, checks in with staff, works closely with the school administration at each site, the principals, vice principals, teachers, counselors. He's had several students come to him. They didn't feel comfortable going to a counselor, and they went to him, and he was able to connect them to counseling services. He hears about fights that are going to happen. That's that 38 incidents of potential violence, and talks to those kids and gets them to not do that negative behavior. He ensures that the campuses are safe from people coming into campus, people that aren't supposed to be there, people driving recklessly in front of the schools.
So I know about the incident, you can't really answer specific questions, but I understand a protocol went into place that caused a lot of presence on campus. Can you explain what that protocol is? And
So the officer was only able to get out on the radio that he was engaged in an altercation, and then he wasn't able to answer his radio again. So that protocol is everybody goes, because we don't know if it's a school shooter, we don't know if it's a major fight, we don't know. So all the available officers responded.
okay, and not just police, anyone who's in the area. Is that?
What do you mean, not
Well, I
just?
understand there was a state police.
Oh,
Not just Fort Bragg
okay,
police, like.
yeah, any law enforcement in the area. We didn't call them, they just heard it on the radio and they came.
Okay.
I have two questions. Just want to know how long the SRO has been a officer and what kind of training. I know training's changed a lot for officers. So, what kind of de-escalation is part of your program? Does he have extra above and beyond? Because I know he hasn't been an officer for very long, but.
About 4 years for the length of time as an officer, and he has the critical incident stress management peer support training. He has the crisis intervention training, that's that de-escalation training. The Why'd You Stop Me tactical communication is also a de-escalation training. And then de-escalation for SRO in December, which deals with more adolescent minds.
Gotcha. And is the de-escalation, I don't know those topics or the training, is it more for someone that's under the influence, or is it
No.
more like suicidal de-escalation, or what is the core of those trainings?
Anyone that is elevated.
Okay.
So with that, de-escalation sounds like a great thing. So all the officers that came afterwards are all trained in de-escalation as well, I assume?
I can't answer for the other agencies.
Okay.
The sheriffs, for Fort Bragg PD, crisis intervention training is, everyone went through the Why'd You Stop Me de-escalation tactical communications course. They would not have had the critical incident stress management. That's our peer support team that goes to that. They would have had at least the 8-hour critical incident or crisis intervention training, but not the 40-hour course that the SRO has. We're working towards getting everyone, we're sending them one at a time. There was a delay in training prior to my arrival where there was a lot of, it's required a lot of schools over the last 2 years to get them to my standard.
Could you clarify elevated, what does that mean?
Am I taking questions from the
No,
audience?
I mean, no.
Just a point
But
of clarification.
Yeah, I would like to know as well. What is
Yeah.
elevated? What is elevated?
Yeah, if you could define,
Angry, upset.
Angry, upset. So we're dealing with middle
So-
schoolers who are hormonal and their brains aren't fully developed and they're escalated. Like, what does that mean versus an adult? And why are we treating children as adults?
so if you just elevated.
Elevated is angry, upset, high, causing a disturbance
Okay.
more than normal.
So you don't know.
Okay. The basic SRO school that's happening in March, what's covered generally there?
So it's a lot of education code, a lot of school laws, a lot of interaction with staff and students, things of that nature.
And you may not be able to answer this, but prior SROs that this district has contracted with have been through this?
No.
They have not?
Some have eventually, but the last SRO that was here did not have these schools. Now, the ones before that, Officer Lopez and Sergeant Kendall, they had SRO school, I believe. I would have to go back in the records to,
Right.
but as far as the critical incident or crisis intervention training and all that, they have not had that. It's a
Okay.
relatively new course.
And to clarify that in the MOU, so the SRO is a employee of the city.
Employee of the city.
Okay.
So that basic training in March, does that contain cultural sensitivity training? Can you
All-
elaborate what they'll be trained on?
All post training has a component of cultural awareness now. Post is Peace Officer Standards and Training. That's our governing entity that regulates all of our training. I can't say for certain how many hours or how long it is in that course.
Does that sort of training get more intensive as you go from basic to intermediate to advanced?
Yes. In SRO,
I guess in both, in post too.
not every course has intermediate and advanced. Some courses do. I can't say for certainty
Okay.
right now.
Okay. I guess the underlying question is the more training and experience as you go through post, I would assume the more sensitivity, like all that stuff, right? That just, you would get more of that and get more in tune.
Yes.
Hopefully. Okay.
And the SRO training does include that?
Yes, it's post. This is post approved.
So I had a question on how this person was selected. Was it tag you're it, or they wanted to be, or based on past training, experience, things like that?
Applied, went through an interview with the superintendent, the principal of Noyo High School, and a former SRO retired Sergeant Kendall.
Can you talk a little bit, because we're hearing about, can you explain the gang training that he went in and how that may or may not have related to cultural awareness and?
The gang awareness was this week.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
So I'll can open up to any more public comment on this agenda topic.
I don't have any other notices, but we have someone raising your hand. Can you, at the podium, just let us know your name so that I can write it down? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lucretia Renteria. Number one, I want to acknowledge Crystal as a person of color on the school board. So I want to say that, number one. And as a fellow person of color that tends to pass for white, this is a really touchy subject in my life. I have boys who also are easily identified as Latino, one of them more so than the other, who also has been harassed and profiled in different communities that he's lived because he looks very, very dark. Maybe from the Middle East, maybe from Greece, maybe from Mexico, but he has been profiled in the past and arrested for things and detained. He was he graduated very highly in his high school class in 2009, and he got into Notre Dame University. So my kid was not a problem kid. However, he has had these issues over the year. He has to be a gentle giant because besides being dark, he is also very tall. He's 6'3", 300 and some pounds, and so that automatically has him looking like a threat. And I think that these are things that we really need to acknowledge. When he was in the 2nd grade, he had a teacher put on his permanent record that he touched kids inappropriately. He was almost as tall as the teachers when he was in 2nd grade. And I went back to the school to say, why was this written on my child's transfer record going from Redwood to Dana Gray? And I was told that because he always wanted to hug his cousin. He grew up with this cousin. That cousin's mom is his godmother. And she raised him basically because she was his babysitter. And him wanting to hug his cousin seemed inappropriate, and that's how this was labeled for my child. We have suffered a lot of things over the years. I tend to not suffer that as opposed to my husband or my sons. But I do think that this is a moment in time, and we've had these other moments. I've been a part of these movements before. We had a superintendent that a lot of us had very strong feelings about a number of years ago, and there were public forums, and there's discussion. I really encourage you to listen to the community. We need more representation, that is true, and that's on us, peoples of color, to step up. And I also just encourage that we look at how we recruit and how we decide who gets into these positions. If there is to be an SRO, all 3 of my children went through these schools. The most positive experience that they had was with Officer Lopez. Maybe because he's a person of color, maybe because he was more empathetic, but that worked better. I don't know the research on whether or not it works at the end of the day, but I do know what happens as a mom and as a major employer in this area. I try to hire for representation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there
Any
any
other
additional public comment?
Yep. Any other public comment?
No, there's no,
Okay.
there's no email public comment either. So.
So bringing it back to the board, are there any final thoughts, comments before we move on? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Lillian. Perfect.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it, but I did have a bunch of staff and students come to me today to suggest that I talk about it today. And I can't speak on everything, but I can speak on what I've been told. And I have been told that at the high school, the staff and many of the students are a bit afraid and a bit concerned that as they are feeling harassed and discriminated against. And I got this from students themselves as well as staff speaking for students, but it was from multiple people, and they really wanted me to talk on it because this was a new feeling to them. Some of them are about to graduate and they're adults, and so this just makes them feel a lot more scared and a lot like children, and it's a little rough right now for them, and they just want to be heard and for something to happen so they are not having to feel threatened and a place they think they should feel safe.
And is this with the SRO? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you, Lillian. Any other comments? So, Joe, I didn't know if you could take a minute and talk about some of the training that the board and some staff are going through currently.
So when I arrived here 2 years ago, I also noticed that there was a need for some anti-bias training within our district. I completed a grant at that time. We are working with Nicole Anderson Consulting, who we started last year with this work, working with our leadership and our board. We are expanding that work this year. We will start a anti-bias committee that we will be recruiting from our community members as well. So I'll certainly, I've got some folks' name down that I'd like to reach out to that were here tonight. You're also welcome to reach out to me if you would like to be a part of that conversation. We will publish those agendas publicly. Our organizational meeting is next week, so we're just trying to figure out the logistics at that time, and then we'll publish those meetings. Will happen after school. This one happens to be during school hours, which I know is a hard time for a lot of folks to get to. That was not intentional. It was just a time that the consultant was available for that work. Continuing this year, we'll also, our November 1st professional development for our certificated staff. We'll focus in on our equity work that we have been doing. And so that will be the focus for that day, also working with Nicole Anderson, but also bringing in some other presenters to help support there. We will begin doing, as a part of this work, equity audits. So that's also going through and taking a very detailed protocol to try to realize the areas that we need to improve. as a school district, there's always opportunities to improve the services to our students in our community that way. So our leaders this year are receiving coaching, also in how to implement equitable practices, and make sure that we're inclusive of our students and all of our community on our campuses. So that will be ongoing through this year and next year. We've also received a community schools grant, which has other components of not specifically calling out anti-bias, but that's certainly a theme that runs through, that we're working through. That is a 5-year grant that we've just received for about $6 million, so there's some funding to be able to offer support through professional development during the summertime when we can pay teachers their full daily rate to come in, pay other staff to be a part of that, to bring in other supports as well. So we have quite a menu of things that we're offering for staff. Is it completely adequate? I don't know. I don't know that the work that we can do can change everybody's hearts and minds, but it's certainly my goal to do that. That work takes time, and it is certainly something that I'm committed to. I know the district, the board's committed to, our leaders are committed to in the district as well. And I would welcome any feedback from anyone in our community who would like to reach out to provide a perspective on that.
And
Can I suggest that if anyone wants to see the work we've been doing, I think we had attended 8 or 10 meetings. They're 3 hours at a time, and it's pretty in-depth. You would really love the trainer. I mean, like Joe said, it's a slow-moving ship, but it's definitely good work, and we have spent a lot of Saturdays trying to understand the issues that are in our education with our kids. And then trying to balance, we need to collaborate with our first responders, and what's that look like? There are some kids that want to be policemen, and there are some kids that are afraid of policemen. So how do we balance that out? Because this is one of the hardest jobs to be here on the board, because we don't get to look at just one thing. We don't just get to look at our kids. We have to look at the staff. We have to look at our first responders. We have to look at what we can do in our role. And there's things that I would change. If I could go back last month, I would have put this on action. But we've never had a problem with an SRO. It's something that we've had since 2007. We've had a good rapport. We had a great response from them with the hoax shooter last April. Never did I think that needed to be pulled out, because all of these discussions, it would have been nice to have had before something happened. We can't control everyone, but we can control our role, and that's something that if I could go back, I would do that, because these conversations are much easier to understand everyone's perspective. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of talking out of, but we'll talk more about with the policy, and but those are things that if I could go back, that's something I can control. So everyone knows up front what everyone's role is, including the SRO, and what our vision is for them to be on campus, because we don't want an officer that's scary to everyone to come onto campus when we have an active shooter. We want to practice safety, and we have many meetings. We have many meetings to explain our resources. We want to eliminate barriers. We've got an anti-bias committee next week. We have site councils at every site that people can come and ask questions. We have a special meeting next week with equity on October 24th. We have a safety meeting on November 7th. And our city has a monthly, every Wednesday, third Wednesday of the month, has a safety meeting. So we need to get involved together and work together to make the safest for our kids. Because I have kids. I am not of color. I'm Portuguese. My son's very tall and big, and we have experiences where he's judged. He hasn't had harm like other families. What you're saying, but everyone's judged, and we need to work together to make this community working, safely.
Thank you. I know we have the policy later on the agenda. It's an information discussion, so we're seeing it for the first time, but currently, is there a policy or protocol in place once the SRO gets engaged in an incident? What's the policy for staff? Is there a specific protocol that they do, or is it incident-based?
It would be incident-specific, but we are certainly looking at that in light of this incident to review, figure out exactly where, as a staff, that we can do a better job of responding to incidents as they come up. So we've had those conversations with the staff and we'll continue to.
Okay.
So, before,
Yeah.
do you want to take public again, or you want?
We can, yeah, we'll take public again after.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like we're dealing with two issues, so I think we're gonna have to separate that out. One is the equity piece and the kids not feeling that they're being treated fairly at school. I feel like that, we have a meeting next week, so that will be pretty timely to address this, and I hope Nicole can give us some real good guidelines on setting up whether committees, what she's seen work in other schools. And then we're dealing with the SRO. So I feel I'm hearing from the community that there's kind of two issues. So I just want to make sure that we address both of them and not just keep thinking if we just deal with the SRO that we're really addressing. Because I feel like I'm hearing that it's not really just the SRO. I'm hearing from other people that families are feeling, we know that traumatic events bring out all this stuff from the gut. And so I just want to make sure that we kind of separate this out and attack both, please, if that's not what I'm hearing is not correct, but I just feel like it's two things and we need to make sure that we're addressing both.
Have we thought about the fact that maybe police officers?
You need to have her go to the podium.
Yeah, sorry, if you can go to the podium. It's all recorded
So
and
it's recorded, that's
and
fine.
all that. And if you could restate your name, please.
Again, I'm Krista Norman. I'm just wondering if we've thought about maybe not having a police officer. Maybe we hire a security that's not actually armed, that is maybe trained. Maybe it's a teacher, someone who has some education background. I don't think that police are the answer here. We've seen so much in terms of black bodies being abused in the last 5 years plus, because it's all televised. Maybe there's an in-between. Maybe we don't have police officers. Maybe we have private security who are actually trained and doing all these things, and there's not this objective of a police chief coming and placating everybody about the training that doesn't, to me, seem relevant, especially if we're calling in a crisis, we're calling all these people who are not actually trained the same way that the SRO is. Maybe we bring in a private security company that's not armed. Maybe they just have a taser or they have a non-fatal. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know what the solution is, but I don't think that police are helping us right now, especially with black boys. This is just, I'm just gonna put it out there. Black boys are not safe with police, period. And we know that.
Any
So
last
maybe there's an alternative.
any last public comment?
I appreciate you offering a solution. And
Hi, Lucretia Renteria again. One other thing I just want to state, and maybe this is obvious to everybody, but I think right now, given our political state across the nation, what is happening, even locally here in Fort Bragg, I don't have an opinion on Fort Bragg forever. I will tell you that right now. I don't really want the city to have to go through a bunch of stuff to change the name, but I think the sentiment behind it feels racist. It feels racist to me. It feels racist to my family. It feels racist to my children. And that's here locally. So you all are having a byproduct of a much larger social problem that we have in this nation right now. And it's here in our hometown. And I've been here since I was 16 years old. Like I said, I raised my kids through these schools. I am very proud to be part of Fort Bragg, and I'm very proud to run the community health center and have 120 people working for me. But it does make a difference when you show diversity and pay attention to diversity by hiring for diversity. And that it innately makes your workforce more sensitive when you are part of the minority community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya Garcia again, and I have a copy of a slide presentation that SRO Officer Beek gave to the middle school last year. I believe it was in April or May, and it was on gang awareness, and it was pretty, to me, it was pretty blatantly racially profiling. And so I would love a way to get that to you guys as some evidence that this particular officer really should be removed from the campus until he has some pretty significant training.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
To piggyback off what Lucretia was saying,
Could you
oh, sorry,
just
my name is Kaylee. I was born and raised here, went through the school system here. I've also been wondering, I know you were all asking some questions about how the SRO is selected, but like I've been wondering the whole time, why isn't Officer Arellano the SRO? Because first of all, he's very culturally competent, and I don't know what his role is right now, but he's very culturally competent, like Officer Lopez was. Also, not to be elitist, but he has a bachelor's degree, and I feel like that helps a lot. If we're expecting all these other folks on campus to have these degrees, and you know, I feel like that'll make a huge difference.
Thank you.
Officer Beek was the only one that applied. We wanted Oscar Lopez, and that was the plan for Oscar Lopez, but Oscar Lopez had to retire. We desperately wanted Oscar. Officer Arellano will probably be a great SRO, but when this happened, when it went in, he had just gotten off training. He hasn't even been a police officer for a year. So that's a problem with that as well. He does have interest in SRO, and that will happen eventually. And I think he'll be a great SRO.
Thank you.
I just wanted to echo what Joe said to everyone sitting here. Please, please reach out and join this committee. You are all more than welcome, and your voices need to be heard, so please do.
And remind us again how we can do that?
So I will have more details. That's why I need the organizational meeting this next week to figure out sort of when the next meetings are, all those sort of things that we need to get in place beforehand. So we'll publicize that through our website. We'll try to put out a press release as well. So, you know, get it out in as many outlets as we can, certainly on Facebook, so you can see. But you can also just send me an email, and make sure that you're on the chain to receive that information as well.
Is this the same committee that Mr. Dooley was invited to, or is it different?
I can't remember right now if he expressed an interest in being a part of this. I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
then yes.
But it's the same thing.
Yes,
Gotcha.
yes, the same thing. We'll also have a student forum and a community forum later in the year to gather some input as well. So that'll probably happen in around about January, February timeline.
And this will be a yearly thing?
Yes, will be an
It'll
ongoing.
just continue to-
Yes, yes. Mhm.
And you're talking about the anti-bias.
I'm talking about the anti-bias
Right.
committee.
And we
yes.
do have a new member of the board coming on, so that's the other thing that we would want to check with their schedules as well. And then two seats are up for re-election, so we just need to be mindful of new folks coming on, and hopefully, you know, we retain two and have one new one for sure.
Sir, yes, please.
Me?
Yep.
Faith Simon. I just have a quick question for you and you. I read the MOU, and it seems a little confusing to me, the line of command for the SRO. So I'm wondering if there were to be disciplinary action, how would that unfold from the city, from the board, from the police, from all?
My understanding is it's SRO is an employee of the city.
So any disciplinary action has to start at the city?
Yeah.
It would start with the police department, but
Yeah.
in conversation with me as the superintendent for the school district.
And I think conversation here, you know, I think if yeah.
Or make an appointment with the superintendent.
Yeah.
And how are the police involved? Like,
So
the city has to talk to the police and the police have to discipline, or the police go to the city and say, I want to discipline?
So the folks in charge of direct discipline would be the police department structure, but that would be in consultation with me if there were something that was related to school campus in this contract.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Yeah, please.
So Diana Sanchez and Diana Paoli made a really good point about change taking time. I've known the chief since he came to Fort Bragg. I know that he's worked really, really hard on his department. It takes time to make all these changes. I don't believe the police officers are the enemy. I think that just like administration at the schools, officers could also use more training. We could all use more training, right? And I think the chief coming from Modesto, anyway, he's always demonstrated to me that he's embracing of all the cultures. He doesn't know this, but I describe him as a Mexican trapped in a white man's body. So I just think that we really need to work together and find a solution and not be, the parents against the police, against the school board. So that's just my 2 cents.
Any other public comment?
I just wanted to clarify, when we're talking about the city, are we talking about the police force, are we just using the same word, or different words for the same thing? Or are those different?
The police department's a part of the city. So it's one of the,
That's where they get their money.
yeah, it's one and the same.
Budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They're paid through the city funds.
So I know that, this was a report item on this agenda. I don't know how the other board members feel, but I think we should bring it back, at least the MOU aspect of it, and maybe take another look at our next meeting.
Well, again, okay, so I'm going back to we gotta separate this stuff. So next week, we're meeting about equity and the work we're doing in the district. So then that will be reported we'll have that on the agenda as well, just kind of where we are with that piece and where the,
That was the question I was gonna ask. Do we want this on our next regular board meeting, or do we want this on the equity meeting? That's
why I think in my mind, I feel like it's 2 different things. Like, we're gonna deal with our students not feeling treated well and safe in that respect versus the police and the SRO and visit that. So as long as we're gonna separate that, deal with what we're doing next week, and then also come back to the MOU and or the policy that's later on in the agenda.
The hard part is next Thursday is the equity work with Nicole
There's a
Anderson.
person
And I don't
coming,
want to take her time because she's a paid consultant and has her agenda out to have us add to that meeting. That doesn't make sense.
My intention was the next regular meeting in November for the MOU. And I think this will certainly be part of the discussion, not the
I
police
think both
incident.
please put both, I won't be on agenda setting next month, but have them separate so we
Yes.
can report on what happens next week. I agree with Diana, we are paying a substantial amount of money for that hour and a half, or 2, somebody said 7:30, but anyway, so that we can make sure that we're dealing with that and asking for her input on our current situation, and then also dealing with the SRO. So I just want to make sure when we come back in November that we're dealing with
2 separate agenda
2 separate
items.
things, because I really think, and feelings need to be, it needs to be heard.
And our training next week is open. All of our meetings are open. So next Thursday, an hour and a half equity training.
Well, I won't be on the board for your following equity meeting, but I would include something with Nicole and Deborah about this situation and how people are feeling, because that's why we're doing this work. So I think it's critical that that's part of it.
Right, I just didn't want the MOU on it.
No, not on next week, no.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely discussion, but I agree, yeah. Because again, the MOU is, I think the SRO officer or looking at other options is separate from the equity and.
Agreed.
Okay. All right, well, thank you everyone for coming and for your input. It's super, super valuable and needs to be heard. So we appreciate that. You're all welcome to stay and continue. There's no action again, but at the end of tonight, we do have an agenda item talking about the board policy as it relates to the SRO. Again, there's no action to be taken, but it is on the agenda for later on.
And to clarify, that's not a current board policy, that is a
It's a-
model policy from the
Right.
California School Boards Association.
Yeah, so if anyone did look in the agenda packet, it is just a boilerplate at this point until we make our changes. Okay, so moving on, 8.3, general obligation bond funds construction project update.
So Don was not able to be here tonight, but the summary of the report is that things are moving ahead with our construction under our general obligation bonds. We tend to be on time with our current timeline. You know, we were delayed a little bit with the foundation work that got delayed, but we're staying kind of consistent with that delay, about a week or so out, all the way through. Our office renovation should be finished in time to move in over the winter break at Redwood. So that'll open up a little bit more space, because space has really been a concern at Redwood so far this year. Just with the construction, it's been really tight. So we will have the opportunity to open that up. And then our 4 classrooms that are being built right now should open in June. And those 4 classrooms, 3 of them will serve our TK program, and 1 will serve our after-school program, with access to both of our playgrounds, and it's quite an ideal location for them as well. We've also been moving forward with planning on the alt ed. The hope is that we can clear the Division of State Architects and have the new campus start. Basically, they'll just move from Redwood and come over and start the construction right out here where the new campus will be. So we're trying to get the final plans drawn in. We've asked them to kind of take some square footage off so that we can stay within budget and get to that level. So hopefully we'll see some details on that coming out very soon.
Any questions? Any public comment? All right, moving on to 8.4, Three River Charter School Fall 2024 update. Yes, Kim.
Hi everyone, I'm Kim Morgan. I'm the school director at Three Rivers Charter School. So this is our fall update. We come in the fall and in the spring just to give an update on what's happening with the school. Next slide. We, starting off with some numbers and then the fun pictures and exciting things. We currently have 81 students enrolled with space in some of our grade levels. About 90 would be preferable. The waiting list that we have is for the grade levels that are full. And that's the breakdown of who's in which grade level. Next slide is some demographics. We look at the coming and going from Fort Bragg Unified to Three Rivers. Usually it's about equal. This year, 15 Fort Bragg students came over, 13 came to Fort Bragg schools. We have 11 students with disabilities, 4 504 plans. 56% of our students are free and reduced lunch. We currently don't have any active English learners. We have 4 that have been reclassified. Currently, 72 of our students are living within the Fort Bragg Unified School District boundaries and 9 within Mendocino Unified, which is more than we usually have. 22% of our students are Hispanic Latino, 68 are white, and 10% are of multiple races. Next slide. We completed renovations this summer that we've been working on for quite a while, making this happen, so we're pretty delighted about that. I have pictures in the next slide. We got a paint job and a new roof, a hydration station, floors in the classrooms, a new sink out back, and we sealed the parking lot and the basketball area. So we're pretty excited about this. We have a few items left in our food prep room with the kitchen infrastructure and training funds, the KIT funding. We're going to put in a dishwasher and another sink, so we're almost there. It's been a long time coming. Some of our programs and highlights. This is a shot from our playground that we put in 2 summers ago. We had our back to school barbecue. There's some of our staff members in the middle. bringing together our school community is a big piece of Three Rivers. And so the back to school barbecue is a way that everybody comes together and gets to know each other. And it was very well attended. This year we started a new art program with the Prop 28 Arts and Music in the Schools Fund. So our Sue Magoo leads a art a la carte. She has a art cart that goes around to each classroom every Thursday to deliver art lessons and integrates technology or science and engineering and ties to the curriculum in the classes. We are very proud of our Tides After School program. With the expanded learning opportunity funds, we've been able to really grow the program this year and last year. Usually we have out of the 81, it's about half that attend every day after school. And we integrate a lot of STEAM activities and social emotional learning, a lot of hands-on projects. We dismiss early on Fridays, and so it's 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock on Fridays, and that's a big day. Sometimes we have up to 50 students there having a great time. Next slide. Just a couple highlights from the classrooms. Our 5th and 6th grade teacher created a game called Mission Rescue, and it's the 3rd through 6th graders have been playing it in multi-grade teams, and it's kind of like the Oregon Trail for those of you of that generation. They're using their funds to buy equipment, and they're actually building with hot glue guns and cardboard. They're building carts that have to go over a bridge, and it's been really neat. Our 1st and 2nd grade class had Apple Day, where they made applesauce and did all kinds of Apple activities, crossing the different subjects with our new 1st and 2nd grade teacher, Miss Luna, who's been working out quite well. This is our student council. It's quite large this year. We still have our music program running for 5th through 8th. They have lessons in piano, vocals, and a variety of band instruments throughout the day. Yesterday, our 3-4 class and our 7-8 class went on a trip to Humboldt, which was successful. They just rolled back into town this evening. They visited Cal Poly and ate dinner in the dining hall. They went to the Marine Lab in Trinidad and to Sumag State Park and various other places and stayed in a hotel, which was really neat for our kiddos to get out of here and go somewhere else and hang together. We got a Cal Hope grant that we've been using to buy flexible seating options for the classrooms and making decompression spaces both inside and outside. The picture here is our chill tree area where kids can go to decompress outside. And some other offerings this fall, our junior high teacher is running the Mendocino Coast Mock Trial team that has students from Fort Bragg Unified and Three Rivers on it, Mr. Lang. We offer elective on Fridays where our 3rd through 8th graders do a switcheroo, and right now it's student council, gardening, art class, and flag tag that they get to choose from. We also have a basketball team for the first time led by our junior high teacher, Mr. Lang, and they're practicing at the old rec hall every week and have some games lined up with other schools. So our Osprey basketball team. We continue with our meal program with free breakfast and lunch for all students every day. We have a breakfast cart. We've added a couple new additions this year, a pulled pork sandwich and a burger option. So there's a rotating 2-week menu, and we continue to be really grateful to our partners at Harvest Market who prepare the food, as we have a room to serve it out of, but we don't cook at our school. So that's been really great. They make the food and we bring it across the highway. Next slide. Each first Friday of the month, we have a REACH assembly. The REACH goals are a big part of Three Rivers, as the board has heard about: respect, empathy, achievement, citizenship, and hard work. So this was our October fall first Friday. The students were in mixed stage groups, and they did fall art with chalk on the ground outside with their big and little buddies. It was quite sweet. And just some things I generally report on from our MOU, that we don't have any outstanding legal issues. We're fully bound and insured until next summer. We did have 3 suspensions last year. Our 5-year lease is in place still till 2028 with 2-year renewals. And our facility improvement project is complete, mostly, besides the dishwasher. Yes. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have two. How's your attendance? Is it improving? And then what's a highlight of training you're doing for professional development for teachers?
Attendance, we have a big campaign going. Our attendance has not been that great. We're running 92 to 95%, and our goal is 96. So it's going in my bulletin every week and sending out letters. And there we have a drawing at the First Friday Assembly where students who have less than 3 tardies or absences get entered in a drawing to win a gift certificate. So the kids get excited about that. Some of them. So we're trying all different angles. Some of our training we're doing, our internal benchmark assessments that we use are the NWA MAP test, the measures of academic performance. So we have an upcoming training on that for the teachers and working together to dive deep into that data. I don't have the CASP scores for you tonight, but I will when the dashboard comes out, and I'll have that for you in the spring.
PD training.
The NWA
Okay,
training.
gotcha, the
That's
NWA.
kind of a highlight.
Gotcha.
Any other
Yeah.
questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to 8.5, Redwood Elementary Campus Highlights.
And if I may just add,
Yes.
Diana, we also invite Three Rivers to attend our November 1st trainings
Oh,
if
awesome.
there's things of interest that could support their teachers. So.
Good evening. I am Lundy Erickson. I'm the principal at Redwood Elementary. And here's some good news about things that are happening at our site. Are you able to make it full screen, Renee?
I know, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble right here.
No problem.
It looked better on the other computer.
This whole,
Yeah, it should have slideshow. First one? Sorry. It was great here, and then I moved it over there, and it went.
thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
So at Redwood, we have the same rules that many of you probably had when you went to school there. Be kind, be safe, and be responsible. That's on our next slide. And we have our COTCHA drawing every Friday. Kids earn COTCHA tickets for following our school rules, making great effort both inside and outside of the classroom, and our staff does a great job of acknowledging the good things that are happening there as well. This was our first day of school photo op put in place by our parents club, but I snapped a picture of some of our staff at the end of the day. We did want to do like a before school picture where everybody's hair looks really nice, and then the end of the first day we're all ready for a snack and a nap. That's who I was able to capture at that moment. One of the biggest things happening on our campus right now is the construction. I thought it would be a lot more popular as a viewing activity at recess for the kids to line up near the fence and kind of watch. Amazingly, along with most things, kids get used to whatever's going on in their environment, and not unless there's like heavy machinery being used do they line up at the fence. But there was a big earth mover in that second photo, and in the first photo they were pumping concrete in, so there was the cement mixer, and you could see it going through the big tubes and then plopping into all of these sections. As Joe mentioned, we're not really enjoying the noise or the lack of some of our space, but it is going to be wonderful once we've got the new areas in usable condition. I'm ready. It's okay.
There we go.
Perfect. One of the things that we do at the beginning of the year is invite families to meet the counselor, and Jody Schmidt is our counselor at Redwood. She is fantastic. We did an event last year that involved artwork and the counselor, and so she led with that this year. we had a Meet the Counselor event, which also had to do with painting. So you can see the little person in that first photo is wearing an apron. First, the kids got to decorate a smock, and then they got to wear that and paint on canvases with their grown-ups. There was face painting, and we got to use chalk on the giant water tank that was back there. That was really thrilling to have a giant canvas to work on. We also offered dinner for anybody who was attending that. One of the things that I love about our community is when we have events like this, our families are our employees, their parents, their community members, they're people that we see when we go to the doctor or to the grocery store. And it was wonderful to have so many people join that event. Ready for the next slide. We are always learning new things. One of the big ones is getting shoes tied and teaching those second graders that I'm not the only one, their teacher's not the only one that can help them with the shoe tying. I helped some of these kids team up with each other before they went out to recess, and I thought it was a pretty sweet moment. In the second photo there, that is my friend Briar, who really has been working on the monkey bars. She's got calluses across both of her hands because she does this every day. She is mastering this skill, and she's one of our TK students, and she's really proud, and I'm really proud of her. Sometimes the things that we learn at Redwood are paper pencil. Sometimes they are about getting along with each other, feeling confident about our bodies, and so we celebrate all the learning that happens at our site. Another event that we had just a couple weeks ago, again facilitated by the one and only Jody, is College and Career Day. We had several members of our community come and give presentations to the students from a variety of careers. We also dressed up, so that is Zachary, Justice Zachary, very proud of her, and she was very proud of her outfit there in the middle. Kids enjoy imagining what they might like to be as they look ahead to their future. Jody does make it clear that if they want to be a unicorn when they grow up, they can dress as a unicorn on the dress-up day. The possibilities are limitless, not just practical careers. So we encourage imagination. Here's a couple shots of our TK students and our kindergarten students. It might look like those two girls in the TK class are just playing with Play-Doh, but they are building their fine motor skills. They are playing with the Play-Doh, cutting, squeezing, develop those, their main tools that they're gonna use for the writing that will happen later. They're using their imaginations, they're building oral language, talking with each other about what they're doing, identifying shapes. It's all important stuff. And there are some of our kindergarten kids at the cafeteria. Again, we're not just learning the things in the curriculum, in our books. Kids are learning how to open their packages from their lunch boxes. They are learning how to have a conversation with people at the table. And there is Mr. Mike. He is our head custodian and a real stand-up guy. And while he is doing his duty in the cafeteria, he never hesitates to jump in and engage with students, have positive interactions with them, open milk cartons, encourage them to be kind to each other, and so I kind of tickled by that picture. Many of our teachers are taking advantage of a program called Donors Choose, and I wanted to highlight that to you because you may want to donate to our schools. You might have other people who ask you, hey, how can I help? Donors Choose is a huge website where teachers can go and put in a project proposal, and they say, I teach first grade at Redwood, I really want my kids to have more diverse books in our classroom. I really want to get some science curriculum for my kindergartners. I need some flexible seating so that our kids have beanbag chairs or wobbly stools so that their bodies can move. Then there's this huge network of people who want to help schools, and they can log in and they can say, ooh, I'm going to fund part of that project, or I will fund the entirety of that project. So our teachers constantly are submitting those proposals, and if you come and spend some time at our school, you'll see in our classrooms the benefits that our kids are receiving from those project proposals. Anywhere from, like I said, furniture to hands-on supplies to consumable things that the kids paint with, draw with, playground equipment, etc. So, thank you so much.
Can I tag something on about Donors Choose?
Please.
Anybody can start their own. You can join and have an account, and then you'll get emails when local teachers are having projects that you might want to fund. A lot of them are books and things like that, but anyway, it's pretty cool.
Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
How's attendance going?
It's a process. I attended, I think I may have reported to the board last spring after several principals, including myself, went to a training about attendance. The recommendation was to do a check-in at 20 days and at 40 days. And so I recently looked at our 40-day numbers and the long list of students who were considered chronically absent, which is 10% or more missing school days, substantially smaller. So I'm doing a lot of communicating with families, and hopefully that targeted support and interaction, particularly with our TK and kindergarten families, if we can get them dialed in with attendance early on, we're going to see the benefits of that throughout their school career. So we do spend a lot of time with our fingers in our noses. So we get sick a lot at Redwood, not we, but generally. We get the crud, and for a lot of our kids, it's their first opportunity being in a big group of kids. But overall, I think it's looking a little bit better than last year.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment? All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, before we go to the superintendent report, does anyone need a quick break? Do you want to take a quick break? No? Keep going? All right, 8.6 superintendent report.
Okay. So we have attached to the agenda some of the athletic safety plans. As we started to think, we realized that we probably need to spell out and it ended up being for each sport. So Brianna, thank you for thinking those through and kind of talking through those with the coaches. We do, the plans generally provide guidance and some sample language that they could use if they had to call emergency services for injuries occurring during athletic practice or competition. We will be working on plans for FBMS. It's just one of those start where we had the biggest need, and FBMS is a little more contained, so there's it's a little more direct in the response there. Our CASP scores, so the CASP is the California Assessment of Academic Standards. Anyway, it's our annual testing. It is the most onerous acronym or initialization that I've had to deal with. I always want to put too many S's and not enough A's or P's. So we've gotten that data. It has been released. In our English language arts from last year, or from 2 years ago, 22-23 to 23-24, we had a decrease of a little over 1% in our students meeting or exceeding the standards for English language arts. One of the things that I've been talking about with our staff is I think a lot of our intervention has focused in on the students who are at the lowest point, instead of looking at the students who are maybe at that point where they can they're almost ready to make that progress over to becoming a grade level reader. So I think we need to look at how we can meet the needs on both sides of that and see what we can do to really get those students who are kind of right there on the cusp into that, wow, I'm being successful, and that'll start that snowball effect that really brings all students along there. On the next slide, I have it broken out by grade level. So the more blue and green that you see, the higher achieving that particular grade level was. So I'd definitely relative to our progress, our middle school team in English Language Arts, I think the integrated model with our humanities really helps them have some meaning to the reading that they're doing and the learning that they're moving forward with. So I think that we're seeing those results as we look here. Certainly, as our students move through our system, there are multiple challenges that come up. I know that we've had many students who have joined our district recently who come in and speak only Spanish and may not have had a lot of formal education in their in Spanish or in English. So we're really helping them to move forward. And so we're looking at different opportunities for that. We're also working with I just was speaking with the Mendocino Coast Center yesterday about the possibility of a English as a second language class specifically for students. That meets on Wednesdays, so that's haven't even had the opportunity to tell the board about that because it was just a meeting that Mary and I were in yesterday. So I'm excited about that opportunity coming forward. We did have plans for a newcomer class, so an academy that was actually supporting students. We had a teacher lined up, and then that teacher backed out, unfortunately, 2 weeks before school started, and we haven't been able to recruit that position again. So I'm a little frustrated that we haven't gotten that plan, that moving forward there, because I really feel like our middle and high school students need that support, particularly in English Language Arts, to just have that opportunity at success. As we move forward, the next slide breaks out for English Language Arts our students who are, it shows you who are at above standard, near standard, and below standard. So you can kind of see by grade level what those percentages look like, and all the way to the right is the what all grades. So you can see that we have, in reading and listening, we have about 47% of our students are near standard. So we're really, some of those, and in this that means that some of those students have achieved the standard and maybe near, just a little bit above, and some maybe just a little bit below, but they're kind of in that band around there. In writing and research, you can see that we have about 43% of our students that are near standard. So there are some opportunities to make growth in those numbers, but also we notice that we have a significant portion of our populations that are achieving on this test, which admittedly is one day and one opportunity for that student. So it doesn't tell the whole story of that student by any stretch of the imagination, but it is one of our indicators for working with students and helping them to move forward. So this data further can get broken out, like we can actually look by student and see exactly where they placed under each of these categories and really tailor our interventions there. And then the last slide for English Language Arts is our comparison out to the County of Mendocino and the state of California. So in English Language Arts, we're achieving slightly better than other schools within Mendocino County as a whole, but we still lag behind the state of California in our achievement. Looking at math, unfortunately the picture here is more grim. We have last year was 16% of our students, 16.07% of our students who met or exceeded the standard, and that is down from 18.67 and 22.23. Obviously that's very concerning. With the Community Schools Grant, part of what we wrote into that grant is to certainly provide some professional development. I plan to, in addition to some of the other areas that we need to address, we certainly want to bring in some experts on math that can work with our teachers over long term to really look at where we are with it. Also look at how we can support teachers, because we've had a lot of teachers who are brand new to the profession, that have been, math is one of the high needs areas, so it's one of those areas that we don't always have the most qualified staff members in, so how can we support them? I'm meeting with those staff members on November 1st to have a listening session, hear kind of what their frustrations and ways that we could support them more effectively as well. Next slide, we have the math by grade level, and I want to give a shout out to the third grade teachers. This was a pretty significant improvement at third grade. And we started looking at what are some of the things that they're doing. They've had a program last year that was called Math Ninjas. So they're really shouting out and celebrating the successes of students in math. So I want to see how we can replicate that maybe throughout Dana Gray, which I think they're growing, because I think if you look at the fourth grade numbers, were a pretty nice increase over where we had been. Obviously, these are still not the numbers that we want to see, but we can see that there's growth that's happening. I think when we look at our middle bands, we know that, again, staffing has been an issue, and so that's definitely a concern there in providing some intervention for students around math. And we've got our staff working to address that. Looking in the next slide, we have our that breakout here, and the two areas that they provide breakouts for are concepts and procedures, and then the mathematical practices. So concepts and procedures are how well the students apply mathematical concepts and procedures to solve problems. So these are the word problems and those pieces. And then the mathematical practices are applying strategies to solve the complex and explain why they solved it that way. So those are those performance tasks that we see where it says, you know, here's 3 paragraphs to read, talk about this issue, how does that, and write about how you solve this problem, what your thinking was around it. So I think that some of those come with some of the strategies we've been looking at like the middle school are working with project-based learning, and that is where some of that explanation will come in, because they have, you know, a student has to make sort of, I want to do this as a part of our project, and they have to make a claim as to why, provide some data for that, and then talk through that. So that's how we build some of that fluency in that piece of things. I think we'll see that start to grow as we have more teachers bringing that on board. We've also been looking at the possibilities of treating math and science much the same way as we do humanities. So we've thought about that idea. What if we had both you're learning math and the practical application within the same class? Haven't really fully formed that idea yet, but that's certainly something that I see as we look at our 6, 7, and 8 for humanities, and seems to have been successful in that realm. I wonder if we could replicate the same success with both math and science in that. As you can see, we still have a significant portion of our students that are in that below standard range on both of these areas. But we do have some students that are near standard that we need to bring up as well. And unfortunately, not nearly enough students in the above standard range. To compare county and state comparisons on the next slide, you can see that we're slightly behind Mendocino County and significantly behind the state and those averages. Any questions about CAS before we move on?
I mean, there's a little bit of improvement, but there are other districts. Is this still a thing? I mean, when I first came on the board, there were many schools that were teaching to the test, and they were buying packets, and so the results were much increased. But now, you know, we've really gotten away from teaching to the test, and we have other ways to deliver what kids are learning in school. So will it look different this year, what we're getting from the sites? Or, you know, because this is just one day, and we don't want to just poo-poo it, but do we want to change our ways a little bit? I mean, what's the value so that people put value in this? Or because, well, maybe we should have a presentation to show what the test looks like. Because I don't know that I could maybe complete some of it, because the kids know the information, they just don't know how they're asking it, because the teachers don't teach that same way, or the curriculum doesn't match up with how the test's asking questions. So it seems really unfair to judge the kids on if they know something or not, because it's really potentially the way it's asked.
Certainly. Yes, we could certainly have a presentation on that. A brief summary is there's two portions of each of these tests. The first is your more traditional, where for English language arts you would read something and then respond to some questions, either open-ended or multiple choice type situations. It is considered a computer adaptive test, so there's only so many problems that a student would have, and if they answer a problem correctly in math, then it goes to the next level of something until it kind of brings them to the top of where their skill level is currently. And then for English language arts, same thing. It gives them progressively harder passages that they're reading and responding to as they move through. The second part of that is the performance task I was alluding to, where students are presented with either a problem or an analysis in English language arts, where they then have to do a written response to that. And I think in speaking with students informally, that is certainly an area that they feel more anxiety over when I speak to them after testing, just simply because they're worried about mechanics, they're worried about the content, they're worried about what is the question even asking. So there's a lot of pieces that as I speak with them, and I know that other staff have spoken with them, that sort of come out as a part of the testing. That is just, I think that we've got to do a better job of addressing sort of, like you were saying, what that question looks like. So.
I was curious too. I meant to ask you this a long time ago. So I'm assuming kids can go back. I know when I used to take tests, I would put a little mark by ones that I'm like, I'm going to come back to that one. I got to think about it. Is it easy to go back? And then also you have to find the right slide or whatever page you're on.
It's not very easy to go back because of the computer adaptive nature, and that is a little frustrating, I think, for some students, because you can flag and say, I think, that you can come back to that one, but it's not intuitive as you move through as it was like with a pencil and paper test, oh, I didn't answer number 3, I've got to go back up and go to it. That's not necessarily as easy in this system. Like I say, it's possible, and that may be something that we need to support students in, is just understanding what tools are available to them, because there are some tools that I'm not sure that we've fully trained students and staff on the utilization of. So that's another piece that we need to do some of the practice tests and realize how you can use. There are some adaptive tools that are on there, like highlighters and things like that help students as they move through.
I'm looking at this thinking, obviously our scores are not stellar, but it's pretty disturbing to look at the state level with some of the schools we have in this state with loads of money and the testing, and they're still having 40% of the kids are below.
Well, and if you saw headlines when this was released last week, the state touts that there were huge improvements. It was a 0.7%, I think, improvement across the state. So,
I took this test last year because I was in 11th grade then, and I've taken all of them since I was younger, so I'm pretty fresh and new with them. Even somehow, I still ended up forgetting how to use it last year, because throughout the entirety of the math one, I forgot there was a calculator on it, so I was calculating it all on paper. Oh. I still ended up, I think, meeting or exceeding it, so that was fine, but it is tough. Yeah. And it doesn't feel like all the stuff we're taught in class, because most of the classes we take are specific math classes and don't go over necessarily all the general stuff, or if they do, it was when you were a freshman and then you were taking this test as a junior. So it's just often the timing that is hard.
Because it's really broad.
Yeah, because it's stuff you learned a long time ago. People tend to do better on English because English is kind of the same every year, just slightly moderated. So the math one is definitely gets people really, really hard to remember everything you learned freshman year.
For sure. And with the state's requirements for graduation and local requirements for graduation, we don't require as many math courses, so it's not a...
Well, we're also told, this test doesn't matter as much now in high school. You're it doesn't affect our grade. Unless you do well, you get a grade bump. But for some students, that doesn't matter. So going into it last year, I heard from almost all my classmates that they did not try. They just clicked buttons until the test was over. So I don't know how accurate the 11th grade one will be, but yeah.
For sure.
That's good information, thank you.
Thank you for the
Good to know.
insights.
It doesn't matter to them.
So this doesn't concern you at all?
No, I don't feel like it's, I mean, it does concern me a bit, but I don't feel it's as accurate as it could be, especially because so many students didn't take it serious, and so many students don't do well with this type of testing because we don't have as much experience with it.
Your perspective is very valuable, so, because I look at this and I'm like, oh my God, but,
Right.
you know, hearing, it's just good to know reality.
Yeah, it's not
Sometimes.
as concerning, but it is still a bit.
Yeah.
It's still our education.
Yes.
Can I ask you one more question? From a student standpoint, what do you think would be a good assessment for us to bring forward to, say, the board level, or I'd be interested to hear your perspective on that. And maybe you don't know that answer, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's certainly something to think about.
I mean, I definitely have a different perspective because I do well on these tests. Like, these are the tests that I strive under, but for a lot of students, it's not. And I think we should have maybe more, like, not all online options. That is hard for a lot of students. It's hard to stare at the screen for a lot of time. And then the fact that you can't go back, or that everything, like, the calculator is hard to work, the numbers are hard to work. I think it does need to be a little more accessible, like, and easy to work. And then also maybe more than just students being told, like, oh, it doesn't matter, this is just going to a bunch of numbers, something that's going to seem more important to them, which I don't know exactly what that is, but it should relate, I feel like, more to students themselves rather than just be like, oh yeah, this is just information we need to collect for the state, it doesn't matter. Because that's pretty much what we were told last year.
Thank you.
Somehow come to my comment on this though.
Of course, yes.
I just wanted to say that
Yeah, can
Go to
if
the
you-
podium, Frey.
Yeah, sorry, Lydia.
You have to introduce yourself too.
the better metric is grades, because we have teachers working with students every day and know what they know, and we have tests that do matter for grades. I think that's where students are going to try, and that's where your metrics are going to be better. On the tools, the test, and in middle school, and just everyone wants to talk about the highlighting, the marking as red. I feel that students know that, at least in my experience. Like, I know that every time you take that test, it shows you those tools and walks you through how to use that. But, like, you don't want to waste your time highlighting on a computer. It's difficult to do. And I think that not use of those tools is just because they aren't useful and not because they aren't taught.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so kids may not be going back at all.
Right.
Definitely something to talk to our legislative
I'm
folks,
just thinking
legislative action,
might be some changes that need to be made.
that maybe they should take the test.
That would be interesting. I know that I have seen in some professional development situations them taking like a 6th grade math question and putting it out to teachers who are like, I'm sorry, what are they asking again? You know, and these are well-educated folks who literally have great skills, and still and so it's not so much the legislature either, because this is designed by a consortium of states and through a company, and you know, so there's that part of things as well. I've always wanted authentic assessment would be really great if we could show a student have a portfolio and be able to show their growth as they move through the year in these areas. I think that would be a lot more meaningful to students if they could go home and they could say, hey, look, Mom, Dad, this is something I did. You know, this is the growth. This is where I started in math, and these are the things that I moved forward with. And I have a whole scheme for that, but this is probably not the time or place for that. So.
Well, I think your idea for the science and math, bringing those together, because it would make the math more meaningful and visible. I mean, they're working with things, you can use their hands, and, yeah.
Okay. Any other CASP?
I mean, this kind of freaks me out, to be honest.
Does
you
me
know?
as well.
And I don't know I know you talk about what we're doing about it, but I don't really know what we're doing about it. And it's like, I don't know if it's, you know, if we were in line with the state, if the state was all red, we were all red, fine, but we're not. And so that's kind of where my concern lies. I think kids all throughout California have the same issues the kids do here. At least that's my impression. I'm not in high school, unfortunately. But it definitely, like, concerns me, and the fact that we're going in the wrong direction, not the right direction. And I don't know if there's, I think these just came out. Did they just come out?
They were just made public last Thursday.
Okay. So I don't know if there's a way to figure out why, like specifically with this, or what to do, or maybe it, maybe it doesn't matter. You know, maybe this doesn't really reflect how our kids are doing in class, but it's what we're looking at.
For sure.
Unfortunately, you know, it's what the state requires. So it's
I
just,
think it's more important for us to dial in, which we've been trying to do, about what our principals are presenting to us
Mhm.
on the benchmarks throughout the year.
Right.
I've been around this test as a student. I did not test well. And I've been around that as a teacher, and I've been through the teach to the test. I've been through all that stuff. And I think it's interesting to hear Lillian talk about it because, I mean, I was teaching when that message was coming through, and then we've tried the other thing where you're, you know, feeding the kids and you're giving them prizes and you're giving them all this stuff, and I don't know what the answer is for this test. But I don't want to say our teachers and our students are terrible because of this. I want to look at, you know, all this kind of portfolio that we're looking at, what the teachers are teaching throughout the year, and we've decided that we kind of were going the wrong way in that too, and we're swinging that around. So I'm excited to see what we see this year based on the workshops and things we've had, so that we have other things to show people that our students are learning, and they are. And you know, one of the things, and we're getting late, so I don't want to, but if you look at the grade, when all the grades were there, I kind of want to, because I'm a numbers person, I kind of want to look at the COVID, like the kids that were at home, like I feel like that 3, 4, 5 one was going up, and I think that's the kids that are coming, and the ones on the right that were dropping might have been, anyway, I'm interested in that too, where the COVID kids that started school on COVID, and anyway, I think there's a lot of things you could talk about.
Definitely.
And, but I have always been a supporter that this is a snapshot, and to not
One day.
browbeat people but I can be, it's not a hill I'm gonna die on either, because you're right, we probably should be closer to California, but, you know.
But we also could push for for a paper exam. I mean, that clearly for math, it's a lousy idea. You know, for English, I can see where kids they're used to writing their papers on the computer. They're hard at it, so they know how to copy and paste and cut and all the things, but the math doesn't work, so maybe we should be pushing on that.
I was suggested that I mention that we students can see our scores, and I can see my past ones too. Like, if you go on Aries, not a lot of students know, but I can see all my ones from high school. And then last month it was released, like, I had my teacher email me and tell me about the score I got on only the math one. I have to check for my English one. I don't want to, but I do. And then as for the younger kids, I know that the Math Ninja thing is amazing. I have my boyfriend's little brother is in 3rd grade, and it's the only thing he talks about when he gets back. He's like, look how I did on this. And he is a kid who's obsessed with technology and the iPad, so I'm always like shocked when I hear that he does really enjoy his math. So I think programs like that will totally help throughout over time, because like when I was a kid, I did not have that type of thing. We just had the multiplication sheets. And so I think programs like that are going to help a lot for our youth.
Great. Well, maybe they keep looking for programs like Math Ninja all throughout.
Yes.
In both areas, you know.
Ways to celebrate success, I think that's a huge piece. So continuing with my report, I know that was a lot of discussion on that particular thing. I did want to share that a little bit more about I know I'd mentioned earlier about the California Community Schools Partnership Program grant that we received. So we did get confirmation that we received a little over $6 million that will have to be spread over 5 years. Program is to help increase the number of bilingual family liaisons that we have so that we can serve all families. That we are continuing the Mindfulness Through Martial Arts program that the board supported the pilot of in the spring. We're providing family education events similar to what we had on October 2nd when we had a lovely event here that we had about 200 folks in attendance at. We'll also be able to provide professional development and offer opportunities for our students to engage in activities to improve mental and physical health. So we're reaching out and trying to find partners that can support our students having access to counseling. So Martha and I met with a group that has, it's telehealth, but it's counseling that we can get any student into within 48 hours. They should have an intake and turn around with that. So we're pretty excited about having that as an option. We're also looking for, if anyone here or anyone out watching on YouTube knows of any psychiatrists who would want to, we have written into the grant for a significant funding there to support our students through psychiatry, because I know that's another challenge that I've spoken with many parents about. You know, when you're told it's a 6 to 8 month wait, when your child's in crisis right now, that's not an acceptable answer to anyone involved. So that's something that I think that our students could really benefit from as well through this program. We're also in the really unique position with this program that we were funded more than what we've asked for. So we have the opportunity to sort of mold and shape a budget that supports some additional things within our district, as long as it falls within the grant program. So we're finding more details out about that. We attended a webinar and I was hoping for more clarity. Unfortunately, it wasn't as clear as hoped, so we will continue to ask those questions and to understand how we can make sure that this is maximized to have impact on our community, on our students, and to really continue the good work in supporting students that's happened in our schools. As a subset of the community schools, there's also the Community Engagement Initiative, the CEI. And this is a sub-grant that we received. It includes, we have a team that includes school staff, parents, students, and community partners. This team, our goal is to actively improve student and family engagement with the district, and that it's really awesome. We have high caliber professional development that's offered at no cost. So the CDE through this grant program covers the cost of all of the travel, the hotel. There's no registration fees or any of that kind of thing, and there's some really great things that happen there. It also provides an additional $70,000 per year to support community engagement activities. So part of those funds are what helped to for our family wellness fair that happened. And we're in the second year of this grant, and it's a 2-year grant, so it's really nice to have that opportunity. Some of the professional development opportunities, from my understanding, will still be invited to, and the cost will be covered in future years, as well as we want to continue to go as a team, or parts of our team can go and help support other teams in developing. So it's a really powerful program that we've already made lots of connections and partnerships with through the first year, and we're looking forward to that opportunity when we go to the next training next week. Moving on to safety, our safety committee met to review the results of a survey regarding lockdown procedures within the district. So we sent the survey out to staff, we sent it out to parents as well. So the staff report that they would like additional training. Communication protocols should be made clear, so we're working on those two actively. Classroom security features should be in place. Again, I know our maintenance staff was working over the break to put in more blinds and those pieces. That suggestions that that there should be different types of lockdown and delineate some of those within plans. So we're working through, hopefully with the safety committee, to help define what some of those things are. And an example of that might be, maybe there's just an animal on campus that we need to shelter in place, but it's not something that is an immediate threat. It's just one of those, we don't want kids outside in response to that, versus if there's an immediate threat. Also, parents report in this that they would like to hear more timely communication during the lockdown, and so we're certainly working to address communication pieces. I'm working with our technology director around that as well to understand. We've come to the understanding that the software that we have purchased with our phones has amazing capabilities, so we're working with that company to understand how we can fully roll that out, so that if staff wanted to open up that app, there's a panic button there that will call a lockdown for the campus. Say they're outside and they see something that requires that there's a way to do that. So we're certainly hearing that concern and doing everything we can to address that. We also have concerns about students lacking access to cell phones in lockdown, and that of course came very loudly from middle school parents with the new policy that's in place there. So looking at some different things, hopefully that we can make sure that parents feel well communicated with during any sort of incident. Really looking at the idea of being able to send out an initial message and then sending out a message every 10 minutes throughout an incident, so parents have a constant stream that's coming. Even if the update is there's no update, at least they're hearing that the situation as it progresses. They get feedback.
Is it a text message or is it a phone call? Is it what?
It will be all of that. So when we go into our parent square and we send out an emergency message, it literally emails, text message, and calls every single number that's an emergency contact for a student. So it literally keeps everybody in that loop on that same, and it'll be that automated voice. But we're also working on some preset scripts that we know certain situations may happen, like an animal on campus or those sort of things. So we can have that preloaded so parents know kind of what to expect in that situation, and our staff can really be timely in that communication. Another concern was that the ease of access to campuses. Our campuses are pretty open. I will say we're making some real progress with Redwood with the construction piece. As you'll see when it's finished, there'll be a storefront that folks have to come into in order to gain access to the campus. So they'll have to come into the office and then gain access through another door that goes out of the office onto the campus. So it's not just there's no way to just straight walk onto campus with the awkward way that our office was set out before. That was a little harder because they could go directly into campus if they wished to. So that's definitely an improvement there. And we can work through our safety committee to identify other areas that we could possibly increase or decrease access and funnel that through. The physical classroom setting, having adequate safety measures, that's just, again, talking about blind shades, ability to lock the door quickly. So we have lock blocks, as you see on this door. We're exclusively putting in, rather than the blinds like this, anytime we're replacing, we're putting in shades that are just a quick pull down, so there's no, sometimes these can be a little ornery with the strings on them as you're pulling down. So. And parents would also have concerns about the emotional impact of lockdowns on students, and are generally supportive of conducting lockdown drills regularly. We asked about 4 times a year, and some folks were like, that seems like too many. Some say, that seems adequate. Some said that it doesn't seem like enough. So we'll work on that piece and work on messaging around what's appropriate, and maybe it's appropriate for at different levels, different numbers of drills, and that's what we come to. So we'll just see how that plays through our safety committee. They would also parents would like clarification on the parental role during lockdowns. We have put some of that in our parental notifications, but I know we can do a better job of communicating that as well.
A quick question about the physical classroom setting. I know we're going to be building a whole new campus for Noyo, but in the meantime, will there be money spent for their missing blinds and shades and whatnot?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know that hadn't happened yet.
And I don't think they have lock blocks either.
Okay.
I know the office does, but I don't think the classrooms do. But I know there are
I'll take a look when
blinds
I'm over.
that are broken and.
Yeah, we'll get those fixed, or put in the shades more likely. So our next steps, some of this I've already mentioned, but we'll continue to develop our communication protocol, making sure we're using that software to its fullest potential. That will complete the safety plan that we have in place and continue to work on that through our safety committee. We will conduct staff training, so we will have Captain O'Neill coming to our November 1st and presenting a session there for folks who would like to kind of elect that, to come in and speak with him just around safety, but we will also call an entire staff meeting that we can do district-wide to present safety training as well. we'll provide resources to parents to help their understanding of that role in a lockdown. And I will also, at the end of this month, be taking part in a regional training in San Francisco, talking about what happens in a mass casualty incident within our area, speaking about acts of violence, but also if there's a earthquake, tsunami, any of the natural threats that we also have in place. This will be with the FBI and all of the federal government, the FEMA, those folks will be there to share their expertise. And I know that Captain O'Neill will also be there at that, so we'll have a chance to hopefully connect, speak about kind of what our specifics are here in Fort Bragg, because our geographic location does make some of that response a little different than, say, if you're in San Francisco. Our resources are a little different here. So. I also put in a slide on equity as our next piece here, just to remind the upcoming workshop that we talked about. And this will be the first of 3 this school year, so that'll be coming up next Thursday. The board, if you would please review chapters 1 through 4 of cultural proficiency. Please don't read them, just kind of familiarize yourself with the topics. You'll have plenty of time between this meeting and the meeting in January to actually read them, and that's where we'll go a little bit more in depth. But just, you know, familiarize yourself with some of those topics. And if you're on a really tight crunch, chapter 4, I think, is probably where a lot of it is sort of the ahas of where they're going with that. We also have our equity statement draft that was linked in here, so if you'll review that, I know it was also on the agenda that I sent out to you, just to kind of see where we are with that process after our work last year. Talked about our November 1st focusing in on equity. Our anti-bias committee will start have its foundational meeting on the 23rd. And district and site leaders continue to take part in professional development. They'll also have their first session of the year on October 23rd in the afternoon. And finally, some of the good stuff that we've had going on around with the events around the district. We had our college information night and parent night here at Fort Bragg High School. We had our family wellness fair that we talked about, and then our walk, bike, and roll to school day. And I still haven't followed up with Pilar to see how many students we had participating. It wasn't as many as we had in the fall, or in the spring rather, because we weren't able to coordinate the bus schedules to get our bus riders who maybe would like to walk to school as well. So we'll work on that for future events, but I think it was pretty well attended, and we appreciate that we had the fire department and police department out supporting our students and keeping them safe as we were participating in this event, going from the Star Center. We went up to Wall Street, across, and then out to Chestnut, and split out to Redwood and Dana Gray. So, and then finally, you heard Lillian mention earlier that Hance School in Lakeport visited Noyo High School for a tour, so we actually got a picture of that was sent to us from their staff engaging with students. Students were not primed for this or anything. It was just folks showed up on campus, and so this was a time sort of at the end of the day where they were closing out and sharing kind of what was great about their school in a Q&A kind of session, and the students did amazing in their responses there. And again, it was completely just authentic where they were. So, and that concludes my report.
Okay. So if we can, I think we'll just go through the consent, and then if we could take a 5-minute break. Okay. So,
Could you actually,
yeah.
could you do number 1? There's somebody that's been here since 6 that thought they were voting. Can you just do number 1 and then take a break on the action
Oh, board
items?
action, of course. Yes, yes, yes.
Then I think
Yes.
everyone can clear.
Okay, sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Well, I mean, you gotta do consent first, sorry.
Yes. So moving to the consent calendar, would you like to read the?
I shall.
Thank you.
All right, items for tonight's consent are warrants, minutes, I'm sorry, my agenda doesn't have those dates, personnel reports, employee conference, workshop attendance request, and contracts, and obsolete materials, surplus designation, and the Williams report for the first quarter of 24-25.
There are no minutes.
Right, so there's no minutes attached, so we're not approving any
No,
minutes.
minutes are removed.
Yeah.
And then everyone should click on number 5. There's 10
Yes. and-
contracts, and that's where the MOU last month was in, so it's there, but there's 10. You have to double click on that agenda item. Lots of good stuff in there, and I know you mentioned the CEI agreement, but maybe in future, we could talk about there's a lot of good stuff in there that, you know, that you're,
Is there anything you wanted to
no,
pull
I
out
mean,
specifically?
to give
Okay.
them time, but,
Okay.
there's lots of good work going on.
Yeah, in agenda setting, we saw these and we thought if there are any things we do regularly or non.
But in the old days, these would never be on the agenda or public, and so we really
Right.
wanted to make that an item. And so some things that are just routine and regular just go in there, but not everyone knows, you know, all the items that, how we support kids.
And we're donating a bus.
We are.
Cool.
Yes. Excited about that. So.
All right. Anything anyone want to pool? Any questions? Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Online?
There's no consent.
Waking
I
up
mean,
or
no.
email? No.
comment.
Okay, no public comment. All right.
So
Entertain a.
Yeah, I move to approve the consent items on the agenda, less the minutes.
No, second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 10.1, proposal for memorial at Fort Bragg High School.
Hello, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Brianna. I'm the athletic director for the high school and the middle school. Terry Curti was here. She is the cheer coach. You have the sign up there, but here it is in person. They're wanting to put it in the gym where the cheer team does their practices. Do you have the picture?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and put it without crashing. It's in the board packet. Sorry, the picture's embedded in the board packet.
I can just describe it if
There's
you
a picture
guys
of the
could
entrance
see.
to the gym.
So right, I don't know how everyone's familiar with the gym, but on the boys' locker room side, when you walk through the first door, there's two teal doors on your left, and then there's an opening which leads to the mat room and the boys' restroom on your right. The cheer coach and team was hoping to have the sign either placed above the opening on your right or above the first door on your left. Both rooms the cheer team utilizes for their practices. And then I'll read something that the cheer coach wanted to say today. On behalf of myself and the coaching staff, we are asking to place this beautiful representation that Mr. Brown created for us of Allison Sanchez Yanez as a celebration of her. I and my squad who cheered with her want her remembered for this smile and all the love she gave everyone that was around her. She was a light, and we want her remembered in this positive way. Thank you for your time and consideration this request. Terry Curti. I don't know if you have questions or anything, but that's about it.
Any questions or anything to add, Joe, to this? No? From your.
No, we did attach the policy. I know it's weird that it's the naming of facility, but that is where this also falls under within the board policy if there need to be reference to that. So.
Yeah, any questions? No. I guess do we get these requests often? I don't think so.
I think maybe once a year since I've been here, roughly.
Okay. So we're not setting any precedents that.
I don't believe so.
Okay. I didn't think so either.
I believe the board can also designate an amount of time that something goes in place through this policy. So, I mean, there's some flexibility that the board has with that as well.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any public comment? Other public comment? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve item 1 for the memorial for Allison.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Makla?
Yes.
Trustee Munoz?
Yes.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
And Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And with that is 5 minutes. Is that enough? Quick break?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Ready, sir?
That we are.
All right. So item 10.2 has been removed from the agenda, the school safety plan. So we'll move on to item 10.3. Memorandum of Understanding with North Coast Opportunities Head Start Child Development Program.
All right, so we will fill in.
Can you leave that open, Craig? Sorry, or unless you're cold.
No,
It's
it's
cold out
very
there.
warm in here.
Yeah.
There was one window.
So from a technical sense, we own the land underneath the portable for the Head Start program that's located next door to Redwood. And we realized as I was looking for an MOU last year that this was coming to expiration this month. So I wanted to bring this forward. It's a 10-year MOU, which would typically be pretty long, but that's just repeating what we've already had in place. This does put a few more protections in place. I think the old MOU was maybe a page and a half, whereas this one has been vetted through our legal department to make sure we've got the proper indemnities and all of those pieces that are just normal, fairly boilerplate stuff, but it's important that it's in there for protection of both organizations as they move forward. But otherwise, our relationship has been good. Anytime there's been an issue, we've reached out, we've been able to resolve it very quickly and move forward. So it's an important service that supports our students.
Any questions, comments from the board? No? Any public comment?
No, there's no public comment.
Okay, so with that, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the MOU between NCO and Fort Bragg Unified.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Munoz?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
And Trustee Makla?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, item 10.4, Memorandum of Understanding for Participation in the Mendocino County Library's Student Success Card Program.
And we wanted to call this out just simply because I wanted a little explanation here for everyone to understand. It's not just about the library programs, it's really the resources that you gain access to with this card. So this would be an electronic card, it's not an actual physical situation, so we're able to register our students through this MOU, get them access, they have access to tutoring, so what we paid a lot of money for through paper tutoring is included with this program, along with access to the other wonderful electronic resources that are available. So I think it's a really great program. It really takes advantage of things that we're already paying for through our tax dollars that can support our students. And it also helps get the students connected to the library because they can go get a physical library card as well. It's just not defaulted as a part of this program, but it certainly gets them familiar and they might say, oh gee, I really do want to go explore the library more and move forward. So it's, are we the first in Mendocino County that's moving
Yes.
forward with this?
It's something the state is, other counties are working with school districts to do it, but Mendocino County hadn't done anything yet, so.
So they were
We're
pretty
the
excited
first
that we
for
reached
them.
out to move forward with this, so.
Do you know which option we're doing, A or B?
We are doing
It's either
A, I believe, the
Full
no.
access or electronic only?
I believe we're doing the electronic
We're doing
only.
B.
Are we doing B?
We are doing B.
B.
Student success card only.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no student information or nothing is gathered for the student. It's completely anonymous. The only thing the library will know is that it's the total number of students using it. That's it.
Yeah, and I
So
think
there's no
like
personal
Our
data.
district- From our district.
Correct.
yeah, and like our generic student identifier that means
Right.
nothing
So
in
they won't-
isolation. So.
They won't actually get their name and
No.
their birth year and all of that.
No, not unless they want to go individually with their family and get an actual card. It's
Mhm.
protected that way.
And a parent can still opt out of that.
Yes.
Nice.
And how, do we have a plan to sell this to the students? I mean, everyone gets one automatically?
Yeah, so we can just do an enrollment through our student information system where we get all students the access to it, and then they would just go through and type their student ID number, and that would give them access. And I can't remember remember if we can do it through Clever, which is what we use that logs students into everything, but if we can, we'll tie it into that as well.
Yeah, we can push it out through Clever and also on the Chromebooks. So the students using their Chromebooks can click on a Mendocino County Library
That single
icon
sign-on that
and
has all
use
of
their
it.
student ID number and access all the online things that way.
And if there's any way, like through Parent Square, we can market it to so the parents know that this even exists.
Oh,
Just
absolutely.
any way to like.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get some marketing materials as well.
Uh-huh.
The library's pretty supportive with that, so we'll
Yes.
ask them for,
They're very excited about partnering and pushing this out to students and families. It's good for them too. It's part of their call in the state to do better to reach families. So,
Any other questions, comments? Is there any public comment?
Sounds great.
Library didn't have any comments for us, huh?
I gave you my comments.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the memorandum of understanding for the Library Student Success Card Program.
There's-
second.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Munoz,
Yes.
Trustee Makla,
Yes.
Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
and Trustee Babcock.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, item 10.5, alternative education schedule waiver renewal.
So we had our public hearing, and I realized we did not actually take a vote as a result of the public hearing. So we just need to take a vote to approve this, and that way I can finish the submittal to the state.
I was thinking, didn't we just do this?
We did, yes.
Almost.
All right. Any questions or comments or public comment?
There's no public comment.
All right, entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the alternative education schedule waiver renewal.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
Trustee Munoz,
Yes.
Trustee Makla,
Yes.
and Trustee Babcock.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, item 10.6, Board of Trustees organizational meeting date. I understand we have to change it.
We do, because we are currently scheduled to have a meeting on December 12th, and we cannot meet before December 13th for our organizational meeting. So we have some options. We could leave the December 12th meeting for all the other business and just do a separate organizational meeting. So that is an option. We can also move the date of the whole meeting. Of course, we run into the challenge there that we also have first interim as a part of our December meeting. So for the first interim, December 16th, because it falls on a weekend, would be the latest that we could hold that. So that would limit us to either December 13th or December 16th as the dates. And the rationale behind why this comes up is because the second Friday in December is when they certify the election results. So that's when they can say for sure that board members who were participating were indeed elected.
Okay, so we have a choice between the 13th and the 16th, correct?
Or to have two separate meetings.
Is there anyone in favor of having two separate meetings?
I'm going to kind of stay out of it since I won't be
Alright.
here.
So is there, 16th, is everyone,
I would prefer the 16th.
yeah?
Just doing one.
Yeah.
So is that enough time? There's never anything that comes out at the meeting that you'd have to turn around? Well, you have until midnight to submit it to the MCOE?
So I've spoken with MCOE and let them know that what the situation is. And so they've said that the 16th would be fine for us. I
Okay.
let them know that the board meeting would be in the evening, so it would be after that.
Okay.
So we'll get them the not board signature file so they
Gotcha.
can start their review and then give them, once it's been signed.
Okay.
Mhm.
So it'd be one meeting on the 16th instead of the 12th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that work? 5, well, regular time.
Regular time, yeah, I would say just.
We'll see if it's close.
Now, I'm sorry, we can just move it,
As long as the
or
action
we don't
is,
have to, okay.
as long as it's taken at a regular meeting
Okay.
to reschedule a regular board meeting, that's acceptable. You
Okay, I
couldn't
knew
call
there
a
was some-
special meeting to move a regular board meeting.
Okay.
Do that.
So we're at a regular meeting, so we're
Because I think at one time we actually called, because we didn't have a quorum or something, we called a
Yeah.
meeting and then tabled a meeting. Anyway, I just want to make sure we were doing.
Yeah, we
Yes.
don't like to do this, but this is like for specific reason.
For sure.
reasons.
And as we look at our calendar this year, we have the flexibility, but we need to keep in mind on our calendaring on election years that we have to keep that in mind. And I'm sorry that slipped by me whenever we were setting the
Okay, 'cause
calendar up.
I
so.
felt like we really thought.
Well, I thought we did too,
captured
'cause
this,
we
and
asked.
that's why.
And that's
It's
why, yeah.
It's the even year issue.
It is.
Got it. Okay, because I thought we dialed it in.
So I would just ask that we make sure to notice this meeting on Parent Square and stuff a little more.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and send a notice out if this is
That it's
what the
continued.
board's decision is, that it's changed, and then we'll make sure to notice it.
So we have to do a motion?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I move to move our December meeting from, what was its original date? From the
December
12th to Monday, the 16th. Same time, same place.
I second.
Is there any public comment? Sorry, I should have asked first.
No, you can ask before a vote, anytime. There is no public comment.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Trustee Schneider.
Yes.
Trustee Munoz.
Yes.
Trustee Makla.
Yes.
Trustee Babcock.
Yes.
Trustee Paoli.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, moving on to 10.7, the 2025-26 academic calendar.
Okay.
This is our third time looking at
It is. We've had a first and second read. I think we've got it dialed in. And so this is our proposed calendar.
Not a lot of movement.
Keeping in mind that we do add our early releases later, because that's something that's negotiated and we add in conjunction with our employees.
God, like school's starting
I mean,
earlier
I
and
see there's
earlier.
a conflict here I know this isn't going to publish, but the green dot is on the 5th, but the thing on the left says June 12th for the last day.
Ah.
So is it the 5th or the 12th?
It's the 5th.
It would be the 5th, yes.
I didn't really pay that close because you said there really isn't anywhere to put anything, so I didn't
Beginning of
really,
the
yeah, I didn't really.
At what
stare
point
at
do we start a week later and end a week later? You may not be able to answer that. Like every year it goes a day or two earlier, right?
It
So-
does until it
doesn't.
and it'll switch at some point
So
where
it's always the second week of August. Is that what the contract says?
it's more about the days that we have to fit in, so we kind of have to backward map.
Ah.
I mean, in
Okay.
reality, if we moved a whole week back with our starting date and ended a week earlier, that would be more balanced between our two. But then we run into some issues with the contract around when certain things happen, and having employees start anywhere before the 1st of August creates a lot of issues with STRS and some other issues that come up, so.
Okay, just curious.
August 14th. And so August 13th.
Yes.
But yeah, that's another thing. The green dot's on the 13th, but the left says the 14th.
This green dot sounds like it was a problem for me.
No, the dates in column A are the problem.
Yeah.
Looks like the green dots are good.
So we will make those changes to.
So it is the 13th to the 5th.
It is the 13th through the 5th.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any other comments or questions? Any public comment? No.
And these are, oh no, this has nothing to do with, I was gonna ask Jamie, but that's the meetings, not this, that we need to ask her about.
And, right, but does anyone, did the admin look at this, or have they had any input on it?
Yeah, there's not a lot of flexibility
No,
that we
there
have.
isn't. There really isn't, but I know they had some.
So yes,
enlightenment
they've
on
seen it, and they've said the same thing, like, okay, yeah, it's pretty similar to what we've been doing, so, at least we don't have some of the wonky things with things landing on Mondays that cause us to,
Except for November
Mhm.
1st.
Oh, no, I just meant the,
Yeah.
with the longer holidays where it really
Messes everything up.
shifts
Coming
how the
back
whole
to
calendar plays out through the
Mhm.
rest of the year.
Well,
so.
and this is another year where the first, helps, I think, with independent study contracts in the December, because the first falls in the break and not on that funky Monday.
Yep.
So that'll hopefully help that. The number of contracts.
Okay, entertain a motion?
I'll move to approve item 7, the 2025-26 academic calendar with the stated corrections.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Paoli? Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
Trustee Makla?
Yes.
And Trustee Munoz?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
All right, item 10.8, stadium lighting change order.
So the work for the stadium lighting came in a little bit more expensive than we were anticipating, and a lot of that just had to do with particular issues that arose with our stadium lighting. We have gotten the group to eat a little bit of the costs, just simply because they did not come out to the site to bid out the. So they were relying on, Google Earth and some drone footage and that, and we said, no, you really kind of might want to come out here to see about how do you get the crane and the lift and all of those pieces into the spaces, and they didn't. So we have gotten them to cut some off. I'm not exactly sure how much that was, but this puts us with this change order still in the range of what our original quote was for the lights alone, if we were to purchase locally. So it's still a really good deal comparative to what we were looking, because I think it was like for the lights alone was around $250,000 without the labor, without the new cages for them to go in and all that kind of thing. So
So if we don't approve this, do we save $21,000?
it just puts us in a really awkward position of not being able to pay our bills. So.
It's kind of a bummer, I agree, but
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? Yeah.
But they're great lights.
Have you seen
They are. They work really well, and if you've been to a game, I don't think we've had them operating above 75%, so that's not even the full,
Yeah.
like, we could really light up the field if we wanted to. So.
All right, is there any other questions or comments or public comment?
There's no public comment.
Okay. No, entertain a motion?
I move to approve the change order for stadium lighting.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Makla?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Munoz?
Yes.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
And Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, 11.1, CSBA recommended board policy 3515.31, school resource officers.
Okay, so you can see this is a recommended policy, or a sample policy rather, not necessarily recommended if you don't have that program. That gives you, outline some of the ed code and some duties around that exist in. Oh, this one doesn't have the legal citations. Renee, when we bring, if we just are directed to bring this back, can we bring the one with legal citations as
Yes.
well? So we can
Yes.
see that it applies to ed code as well as other public codes as well. Sorry, if you know in our policy manual, when you get there, you can see all of the reference spots for this. And this one's a little different, that it's not just straight ed code
Right.
that it's based on.
And
So-
you all have that access when you log into the website for the meetings. If you switch it over to policies, if you were to look this one up, you can see all of the footnotes and the background legal and all of that stuff. But I'll make sure it's got that if and when it comes back.
I think we need to have it as an information, as we're working through this topic, that we don't just jump to. I feel like we need to hear some more from the community and
Absolutely.
before we, and, to see if we need to add anything or.
Modify it in some
Right.
way.
Yep.
And what we can do to modify it, is it either all or
Right.
nothing?
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I
looking
feel
at,
like we need to just do some homework.
I'm just looking at the duties and the qualifications. And this is prior to beginning, they have the specialized training. I know that there's been a 6-month backup. It also says there'll be reports about, under non-discrimination, about the number, just data, right? Like the different interactions and with who and the results of such. It is interesting, and I guess is, yes, is relevant. Board policy, the comment about having a weapon on campus and whether that, if we need that sort of you know, what, if police officer or not, I don't, you know, it was just an interesting comment to me. Like, do we need a fully armed officer on campus? Like, you know, I'm not looking for an answer, but it's just like,
I understand, that's a big question.
you know, maybe we don't. Maybe, I don't know. Obviously, they're law enforcement, so they need to be prepared for anything at all times. I get that, but I don't know.
And I would say, in working with a law enforcement, a member of law enforcement, they will have a weapon on campus if it's a member of law enforcement. That's just, it's a given. I've had that conversation with different entities over the years, and that has been the consistent piece, is that is part of
It's their uniform.
their kit, that they have with them. Yeah.
So it's not safe for them if they do not have a proper uniform. No, I get it.
But don't community resource officers, they don't carry a.
But they are not law enforcement officers. They are,
I thought they did.
They're non-sworn.
they're
so-
non-sworn.
Yeah.
So they might just have.
So CSOs are non-sworn,
I see.
community service officers. But that is the thing about our policy. Maybe it's a CSO or a police officer based on, like, do we need, is a CSO good enough? I don't, you know, I don't know.
Not sufficient training.
Well, they
Unless
have
they can
access to a
access
lot
that
of the same training
Yeah.
as police officers, from my experience anyway.
But then I wonder some of the funding, like I think before, when it was tobacco money and tobacco and drug money, it probably said it had to be, but I don't know I don't know where this is getting paid from and whether it says we have to have
And this is a,
official.
yeah, and this is also an optional policy. It's
Right.
just, you know.
Nobody says.
I
you
just
have
don't
to
wanna
have it.
jump to approving something.
No,
I think we need to
completely
hear,
agree.
yeah.
I mean,
we
it
just
says,
need to-
you know, the first line of duties, it says SROs are duly sworn peace. Well, our policy can say that SROs are fully trained by the.
But then
whatever.
that's not our MO, so now we've got this MOU, but now we're approving a board policy, so.
Right.
So we
have to
got the
look-
cart before the
yes.
horse in that respect, if you wanna go back and say, no, police, anyway, we're kind of in a pickle.
I'm just, yeah. It's
But
just
I
a
agree, I mean,
part of the
like I said to her, I
discussion.
appreciate that she had a suggestion, not just, so I did, I like it when people come with options and not just.
When to discuss it.
Right. So I appreciate that, and that is where I think we need to go. We need to listen and
Yeah.
make people feel heard,
And it might
especially
be-
the students. The
Yeah.
piece about the I mean, we need to know, especially what Lillian said.
Mm-hmm.
That is, it's gotta be addressed.
Well, maybe we start adding, because right now we have the MOU.
Right, we can't just,
And you have to give 30 days notice or whatnot. But we also have the opportunity that we could have, you know, an SRO roundtable.
Mhm.
And it seems like, I don't know, I mean, I've heard really positive things at Redwood. I mean, we obviously haven't surveyed the kids. And Dana Gray, it's when they start, you know, getting a little bit older, so maybe the fear is coming in, but definitely it sounds like at middle school and high school. But what makes me nervous or scared is that they're everywhere. Policemen are everywhere. So, you know, we need to understand what the fear and barriers are and,
I just think we need to invest, or not invest, I guess that's not the right word. We need to hear from all the stakeholders.
Yes.
And the people that were not here tonight were the students, and that is, I don't think they should come to this. This is not where you're gonna get an authentic
Like more of a
response
town-
from them.
town
But
hall
somehow we need to get some real authentic feedback from the kids. Because what I'm hearing from my son is a very different story than
Right.
what Lillian's telling me, and my kid's in high school.
Well,
And drives, and it is a big red truck that he's talked to Officer Beak many times, but it hasn't been a negative, you know, so, you know, I think we need to.
Well, and that is something I will start is a superintendent's council. I haven't had the physical space to do that. That is something that, it's actually required, that we have that functioning, so I will get that going with representatives. I want to make sure it's representative of our student body, because that's also a concern that I have, and making sure that we get representation from middle, high, and from Alt Ed as well, so that we have a full spectrum of kind of where students are, and hopefully can build some rapport and really have some honest conversations there. I know certainly there are certain students I can go to and they're going to tell me what's going on, whether I'm going to like it or not. They're going to lay it out for me. So I'm hoping I can build that rapport with all students on that council and have staff recommend who should be there. So.
Well, unfortunately, it's not gonna be something we're gonna fix tomorrow, so.
Well, and I hate to harp on the training, but I don't think they'd offer a 40-hour training if it wasn't important. Just keep thinking that you don't go into a job without all the training. So that's a concern.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am, yeah. I mean, we'll put it on the next agenda, I just, you know,
Something has to we can't wait 30
I'm-
days to discuss it again, so I'm assuming, Joe's gonna hear from some of these people anyway. But there'll be some work between now and,
Figure out
November,
what
yeah.
the needs are.
I mean, we have next week, we can get Nicole's feedback, so. Then there's a safety committee meeting before that, so there'll be some other things that, but, I mean, we just have to, hopefully they'll come to those forums too, so that we can.
Right, find out how to approach it.
Excuse me.
so if we were to suspend services, that's,
We passed that item on the agenda, though.
well, it wasn't actually.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, right, but we couldn't do it tonight.
Well, I don't know if it's a board, does a board, if it says here we can suspend it, right, 30 days away. So is that a board action? Or is that
I mean, it would be a board action through the administration, so, or the board directing me to do that. But I would suggest doing that with a decision, as it was enacted with a decision.
Well, of course,
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting we go there now, I'm
sure.
just like,
Yeah.
the training's not till March.
Right.
That's where my head is right now.
Right. But he's also not a brand new officer, so it's not like he has no training. I mean, it's not like he's.
No, he has training as an officer, but not as an SRO per se.
Right, and just knowing his role, I'm sure, I hope he has looked at the contract and find out what his roles are and obligations. But the hard part about just suspending it is if Redwood and Dana Gray are.
Or maybe amending it.
But I guess for you, it looks like you have the authority to kind of, maybe suspend from the middle school for I don't know, like I just, I'm gonna, we can't, it's not an action item, I just.
Right.
Well, it
And-
could be amended,
I feel like we need to send some sort of.
And we can direct the time and energies of that through the MOU as well.
I want to know people, I know we can't take action,
Right.
but I also want to know
Right.
people want to, it's a concern, they've been heard.
Well, it's definitely some discussion needs to be happening.
At the high school too, I mean, if Lillian was, that shocked me. I had no clue.
Well, and maybe that's when we have had issues that need to be addressed. We've had kind of little town halls at each site. I don't know, if that's the great approach that, that kids and everyone can be available to talk about.
Right, no, I think that's.
What the role is, because the role
important.
isn't just about, it's not, that's like one part of it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not why they're there.
So maybe,
Just education.
maybe we do that.
I don't know what that looks, because we really can't.
I know.
For sure.
But you're hearing
I know
it.
it's a lot of
Yes,
time
I'm
for
hearing you.
job, but
And I'm happy to
it's-
discuss it with any of you individually, if you
Yeah,
want to
just
give me a
kinda
call or
think about
whatnot.
How to approach it.
But as far as the board policy, I'm hearing that we'll put it again on
Yeah,
information
we're not
discussion
ready for.
for the next meeting.
Yes, yeah.
But
I
any
would not recommend
thoughts,
action.
I mean, share with you, any thoughts?
Yes,
How do you guys
please,
wanna-
because we can also start an edited version if we would like, so that we can, this was a suggestion to look at this language or that sort of thing.
I mean, I know for my suggestions, I want to make sure obviously legal was, they were okay. So there's a whole process.
Well, legal might have some suggestions on modified versions that have already been created to suit different districts too, so.
So maybe that's a
may
good
not have
action
to-
for the next meeting is
May not
maybe
have
we
to
can see,
reinvent the wheel.
like this is CSBA's, but maybe there's a
Right.
couple other examples out there that we can look at.
Well, in Sonoma County, disbanded all of their SROs during COVID, and now just Google headline news. So wondering what their process is, because now they're back on campuses. you know, and they're having some growing, I don't know, growing pains is not the right word, but, it hasn't been easy for them, and I'm just wondering what policies that are, and I could look into that too. Policies that are running and what they have done to bridge, all the issues.
So then for the next meeting with this topic, we'll, if anyone has any thoughts or edits or samples of other policies, send them to Joe and Renee.
Okay.
Does that sound? Okay.
Yes.
And then we'll bring it back then. Is there any did anyone email about this topic?
No.
Okay. Because there's no one in the room, for those of you watching. It's empty. Okay, move on. 11.2, Board Policy and Administrative Regulation Updates from CSBA, September 2024.
Okay, so as you're used to at this point, get these on a pretty regular basis quarterly throughout the year. And so a lot of these are reflecting what was known in the law, and I would anticipate that we'll probably get some more in our December update that are the rest of the laws that were signed in by the governor, because there's definitely some changes that'll come in policy for that through different things that have come down. So are there any areas of concerns or areas that you would like more information on before moving forward with bringing this forward next month for adoption?
Do we have any other languages besides Spanish that 15% or more of our population speak? that you know of?
Just English and Spanish would be the only two.
It just went into, for Title IX, all the obligations and offering services, so I'm just wondering how we're gonna address that, like when something, because this is, now as of July 1, you can't expel or suspend for disruption. You can do it in-house, and so that's making it, like that's all done, I guess, on July 1.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
already October. But they talk about that, and then they say with that piece, to try to give, kind of like rehabilitation, I don't know the
And
language they
restorative
use.
practices, and there's,
Restorative, justice,
Yes.
offering engaging programs, and it almost made it sound like even, it's part of the grievance, process. So I'm just wondering how, I mean, those pieces were always in there, but does it have to be documented differently, or, because the complaints, it's different, like what, depending on what happens, what checklist you get to do.
I think that most things can be addressed through the universal complaint procedures when there is a complaint around something, if I'm understanding the question correctly. And that it tends to be the most, so if you do everything that's a universal complaint, it checks off the boxes pretty much for all those different checklists, with the exception of the new Title IX regulations haven't necessarily flowed through.
Yeah.
But I was able to attend a recent training, so I've got some updates on what that looks like as we move through any of those complaints, so.
Yeah, because I wrote down Title IX complaint procedure is not UCP.
It
So
is,
there
it is not,
Yeah,
so there's.
that's where it's like, you have to
Unless, and it depends, because that's also part of the process. If someone files UCP and I or the administrator is reading over it and says, this really feels more like a Title IX.
Right, sex-based
we
harassment.
could reach out to the person and say, do you want me, this feels like a Title IX, shall we open an investigation and into Title IX? Or do you want us to handle it through the universal complaint procedures process and explain the differences there? And how that process works, because that is a choice of the complainant sometimes, is that because Title IX is very involved and takes quite a long time to resolve,
part of all these other pieces.
versus the UCP has a much tighter timeline in finishing. So that becomes a choice of the
Okay, because, that's
the
what
complainant at that
They
point.
didn't talk about that,
Yeah.
so I was kind of worried.
The subtleties that are in law but don't exist in.
Well, or how to implement it.
Yeah.
Which, you don't want to be on the wrong route and be like, oh, that's totally not what you're supposed to be offering out. But they
Right.
could actually choose, because maybe they want a quicker
Mhm.
response. Okay. And and my question is, when you offer these things and they decline it, do you have to document that?
Mhm.
You do?
Yeah, oh yeah, we document. That's why email's really a nice documentation tool, is, you know, when we get the response back, I'm not interested in that, then it's a clear process at that point. So.
Are we okay starting July 2026 of having an all-gender restroom for student use at all campuses?
Yeah, I believe we're already there, so I don't think there'll be an issue, so.
We don't need it at Redwood, though. Oh, no, we do. That's just the menstrual products.
Yeah, the menstrual products will start at Dana Gray and up, so. And in our design for alt ed, they're all gender restrooms. And, you know, that's been my advice to any other superintendents when they're talking about construction. I'm like, put in all gender restrooms. Bunch of one-holers. And the way we're designing it is they have the bathrooms, and then the sinks will be, because it's always the sink where the issues are. That's going to be the common area out front. So easier to supervise that, and, you know, then folks go in, get their business done, and then they come back out. So.
Okay. So we'll see these again at the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. No public comment. Thanks, Renee. I don't think so. I'll just move on.
I'll let you know if there's
Okay,
something.
11.3 FUSD Board Meeting Calendar 2025 Draft, first read.
Yeah. So this is just a draft based off of kind of what is known, assuming that the calendar was going to be approved as was written for the 25-26. So working through some of that, we end up with quite a few third Thursdays.
Yeah, so June 19th needs to be
Isn't that a
changed.
holiday? Yeah.
Yes, so we need to change to June 19th. And we have definitely some flexibility in that. It has to happen at least one business day after the June 12th meeting. So we just keep that in mind as we bring this back around. And we may also consult with our new board member and making sure that get their input as well, moving forward. So.
But we have those two meetings in June for budget, right?
We do. We have to present the LCAP at 1 and the LCAP and budget at 1, leave time for public comment, which, like I say, has to be at least one business day, and then follow up with the second meeting to approve, and there's some other pieces that have to be approved in tandem with that.
Okay. So we don't necessarily have to wait till the fourth Thursday. We could do it earlier that week.
We've always tried to get it in 1 week, but Jamie, what's your experience? How that, were you, your district?
Where I came from, the process was similar, so
Yeah.
that would be fine.
I think one year we did it Thursday and then Tuesday or something.
Yeah.
That's what it is now.
This year it was a Thursday and a Thursday.
Yeah, just to kind of.
No, but I mean, because we can't do it on the next Thursday, so if we bumped it forward to the 17th, I mean, I don't know where that falls.
Yeah, we could, or we could look at the 26th. I mean, there's, as long as it's approved before June 30th, we're meeting the law and those pieces. So
when does this calendar have to be approved?
I'm sorry?
When does this have to?
December.
This will be a part of our organizational meeting in December, so.
So, okay.
We have 2 more reads.
So should we put a suggested date now for June, or wait, or?
We can go either way. I would say,
Just so the next read has a date that could.
yes,
What do you think, Jamie, for your first, do you want a week?
You want,
Or 2 weeks, I mean? Or do you want 4 days, or 1, 2, 3 businesses?
I think either way, the budget will probably be done for the June 12th meeting. That'll be the goal. So very minor changes from there because,
Yeah, honestly, it's done at the first meeting.
yeah, so the 2 weeks,
Well, not a few years ago, was it?
well, that
I'm
is our
just
goal.
kidding.
Is to
I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, it was real.
No,
But
I
it was not a
understand.
good thing, so we don't.
I
and
promised Wendy that wouldn't happen.
the only thing I can say is, if we move it to June 26th, we would have more clarity about what the state budget would look like at that point, because it would be pretty close to a deal, if not already done. And so we would have a little bit more information if there were any questions on anything, but,
And the other benefit with that is if there's any last minute things before summer.
We've never done it that far out.
Right.
2 weeks out.
so,
But whatever.
Well, if I am still on the board, I will not probably be here on the 12th, but that doesn't have anything to do with the 19th. But I could
Or
be
the
the either, I
17th.
could be the, either one of those following weeks, but if Ryan goes to nationals again, that's that week.
You would be back by the 17th?
Mm-hmm.
Still any thoughts?
Open to any of those days, yeah, if I get to be elected.
So for the next read, should we June 17th or 26th? Any thoughts?
17th.
17th, there you go, for the second read.
Okay.
And any other dates of concern on here? The 18th is okay?
I was just gonna say
The other calendar, I didn't do that.
for
budget.
December, it doesn't have to be the 18th, it could be the 11th there, just simply because it's not an election year. We would just, it depends if we wanna always set it after that date, or if we wanna go back and forth on the
Gotcha.
even years or not, so.
But does the budget have to be submitted by the 16th?
Oh, actually the 15th probably,
Yeah.
because it'll move to the
So
Monday that year. So
December
we,
11th?
December 11th will have to
Okay.
be,
So those two
The
dates will
date there.
change.
so.
Any
Darn
other
budget.
dates?
And then I always
Let's see,
wobble
March, we're
on the,
good.
do we have the meeting the first week of school, or do you need us to be approving something before school starts? Like, do you need a business meeting before school starts, or the week after?
I think it would be beneficial to have it before school started, so we may want to look at that, actually being like August 7th instead. And that just allows us to approve any last minute hires and,
Right.
you know, different permits and things like that, that we know,
'Cause it
mainly
looks
HR kind of things.
That's what we did last year.
And you think August 7th to September 11th is, it's not too long? Well, it's only 5 weeks, but it's the beginning of school.
No, I think that's pretty reasonable. I mean, there's, you know, September 11th has to stay where it is, just simply because we need to be able to get everything done for unaudited actuals to that point, so.
So we're moving June 19th to the 17th, we're moving August 14th to August 7th, we're moving December 18th to December 11th.
Yes.
Anything else?
Everything else looks good, and I checked the breaks, it was fine.
And why are we doing January 16th and not January 9th?
I don't know.
I'm not against it, I just,
I just-
January 2nd
January
We
9th
have-
instead of the
oh.
16th?
instead of the 16th, second Thursday.
Second Thursday would be the 9th. I'm not,
I don't know.
so,
Probably because you did
No
the
idea.
second school Thursday, maybe?
Yeah, I think I was counting school Thursdays, but the board.
okay.
can
So
have
the 9th
whatever
would
day
be,
you want.
Yeah. So the
would stay
9th.
within our,
Yep.
I was gonna say, I don't think there's any holidays until
No, there's nothing, there's no other reason.
that following weekend, so.
Okay.
But we're moving, I mean, I don't know if it matters, but we're moving the December
busy.
meeting later, right?
Earlier.
Earlier.
11th.
No, it went, no, not this December.
The-
The 24 December.
December
So they're
24 is
gonna
a-
be so close together. I mean, I don't know if we wanna spread them out just so there's stuff can happen between the two?
16, there's 2 weeks break, and then you're back.
Yeah.
So it's like 4 days of, five, let's see,
Oh.
wait, 1, 2, 3,
That's why.
so
Keep it on
8 days of
I
school.
mean, I would,
I'm sure I had something in my head at the time. It's gone now, so
why am I mean,
whatever you'd like.
Well, it's more about staff work for the
Yeah,
packet and whatever happens might
I
get
think we
approved
can
in
make it
December,
work.
it
I think the
needs to
9th
go.
is probably fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
so-
we can make it work either way, because the nice part is during the winter break, we actually can focus in and
We
get,
we catch up.
Right.
we could get it done and ready to go for,
so then
Phones
we'll
are
change that too?
so.
Yes.
Sure.
Isn't,
Okay,
January
so we're
9th.
changing,
isn't the second Thursday in February the 12th? Am
For the
No.
25th?
It's the 12th, not the 13th.
Yeah, I didn't actually look at these
Yeah, I
dates
didn't look at
against the
that either.
calendar.
No, second, February 25, second Thursday is the 13th.
13th.
Oh, 13th.
Okay, so January to the 9th, June 19th to the 17th,
To the 17th.
August to August 7th, and December to December 11th.
Mhm.
Yes.
And we'll read it again next month.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Okay, moving on to 12.1 board reports.
I attended the second fentanyl task force meeting yesterday at Town Hall. It was really informative. We heard from, I think, 4 to 5 agencies that are helping people who are experiencing substance use disorder and are seeking treatment, and what needs are still need to be done. The approach that we want to do next is to break out into subcommittees so that we can still continue these conversations to make sure that we're educating the communities that need the education. It sounds like we still need to do a lot of Latino outreach on drug use, drug abuse, and I know that it's not just a PD issue, it's a social, cultural issue around drugs and substance use and how we're self-medicating. So it was really impactful to see high school students there as well, and the different agencies that CREW has been able to connect with. CREW is the crisis response unit that they have at the PD, which is using a social-led approach when you're talking to somebody who's experiencing homelessness or going through a mental health crisis. So I'm really happy to be on the school board so that I can share that with you all, but also at my job at City Hall to play both those roles and hear those aspects and then bring that back to our school. So I want to thank also Captain O'Neill for putting all that work on, and let's hope that we don't experience what we did in January this year. That's it.
I attended the Friends of Mendocino College Coast Center meeting, which was actually a really good meeting, I thought. So anyway, and I'm hoping that Scott and Diana will give it a shot.
And your nickname, Magic Mary?
Magic Mary, oh.
So that was from the golf, because I don't think we've met since then, the golf tournament.
The golf tournament.
For the foundation.
Which we earned almost $14,000, so it was very successful.
Yeah, so it was fun.
It was
No
fun.
one got a hole-in-one, huh?
Nobody got the hole-in-one, but everybody, I won't go
So
into
they didn't have
it.
enough Bloody Marys.
Those are very popular.
So I have been able to attend some items, but the one thing I wanted to share is kind of a staff shout out. So I don't know her name, but the bus driver on Simpson Lane, she had stopped and the red lights had gone out, and she had let the student cross the street, but she waited until he got all the way to the door, and I saw her watch him. And it just warmed. I loved my bus driver when I was a kid, and so to watch her genuinely, it was more than her job. Like, she did the job part, and then she watched the little person get all the way to the door, and I just watched her. And anyway, it was a very wonderful moment that, our staff, they really do care, and they go out of their way to take care of our students. And anyway, so if you drive bus and you're listening, or Barry's listening, anyway, that bus driver, she does a great job.
And please, everybody, when the red signs are out, please stop both directions.
So I did the walk and roll to school, which was really fun, and it's kind of crazy how many pieces are behind the scene just to walk, because the kids want to do that every morning. But it was a little chilly morning, a little bit, but that was fun. And then I'm really enjoying seeing all the schools trying to do the attendance competition and the posting at the middle school saying you missed 2 a month, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but in the end, it's over. It's almost like it is almost a calendar year, not just 180 days that you miss by the time you graduate. So that is a lot of learning.
End up with a lot of learning,
That's
a lot of learning loss. So.
Because you only have 180 days, and it's almost like 250 something or other.
Yeah, well, you figured
you do the math.
10% of your time, basically, because two days a month is about 10%. So.
So, and I'm looking forward to something else. Anyway, just I think there's good work out there, and people just need to communicate with us the needs that they have, or the barriers that they have, so that there's so many resources out there, so we can't help what we don't know.
So I attended the Fort Bragg open house, or back to school, went back to school. which was pretty well attended, but not as much as in the past. I attended the college night, which I thought was very poorly attended. I mean, it's not blame anywhere. I was just kind of disappointed. There were like 12 parents in there. One of the parents showed up and then asked if there was anything about career, and they said not really, and so she left. So, you know, I don't know, maybe they'll use that feedback. I don't know what we can do for career during this night, but I feel like as an advocate for that whole thing, I should probably do a better job trying to get people there too. But it's great they had it, great information, but it was too bad that more parents and students, I don't think I saw any students there. I know it was more for parents, but still.
I think there were one or two
Yeah.
up at front. And we did talk a little bit about how to, this year we switched the two events. It was last year, the parent night happened the week before, and then the college night, so that we could have a little bit more lead up to it. And so, you know, we talked about maybe the day of the week and the time of the month and all those sort of things don't always align with where parents are. So hopefully we can get some feedback from parents and students about how we can get more folks there.
Yeah, I was happy to see the email that went out about her being available during lunch and all their appointments, and hopefully students are taking advantage of that service. I think that's all I can think of at the
Yeah, it
moment.
seems like it's so far, I've read about back to school, it seems like it's 2 months ago.
Yeah, I know I walked through the wellness fair quickly, and it was very well attended and busy, and that was great.
Is there any way with the college night to do it, do a hybrid thing where it's online too, so parents they just cannot get out to the school, at least they can watch, they can send in questions on the chat?
I imagine we could. I mean,
The important thing is they're getting the information,
Yeah.
not that they're actually physically, I mean, it's nice when they're physically here, but.
I would agree. Given the format, I don't see why we couldn't. So.
I think the old COVID presentation's still online.
It's nice when it's,
fresh.
when it's fresh,
Yeah.
and it's live, and you
Yeah.
can send in a question and
Well,
somebody
and then
answers.
the second
Preview.
that if they can record it, if it's a Google Meet, then parents that are
Missed
working
it.
that night,
Oh, true.
or
Then really,
their child decides to change their mind about going to college at the last
Yeah.
minute. and
Right.
they,
Stays
you
as a
know,
resource
Or
there.
you made
Yeah.
it there and it's really difficult for you to be there, and you're like, if I would've known it was filmed, I would've just watched it later when I was in a better
Or it's
mind
too much
frame.
information, I can only
Exactly.
keep a third of
So,
it.
I mean, it is, why do it twice or not,
And I think,
film it?
and I think with the structure, we would also, because we have the Spanish language presentation and the English language, so we could record both and have both available.
yeah.
And just my other thing is just advocating for earlier messages. I know for November 1st, it might be helpful to send out a message like maybe tomorrow even, or early next
Yeah.
week, let them know there's
Be
no
2
school.
weeks out tomorrow, so.
I don't know, just, I do get comments that people, messages are kind of some of them can be kind of last
That there's no school? I'm sorry, what message are we
on
talking
November
about?
1st.
On November
there's
1st,
That there
school.
is
No
no,
students.
right, so, okay.
I mean, maybe tomorrow's too soon. I get my, just more than.
Yeah, if you
Sure.
send it too soon, they
I
don't,
know,
Yeah,
and they
it's
don't
Easter
remember. I
they
know.
don't see it,
Yeah.
right. It is on Facebook already
And it's
though,
on,
like things
uh,
like that are already scheduled on Facebook
Okay.
as
When
events.
it's on the calendar, most people look at their calendar.
I'm not on
And
Facebook.
it's probably
I'm
on
sorry.
each
It's on all the
website for
school,
schools.
yeah,
Okay.
the
But like you
schools
said,
are.
so I forgot, I did go to Redwood,
Mhm.
to the morning opening, and I kind of was peeking at the remodel, and then I ended up going to the parent coffee, and so someone didn't know about the safety survey, and they wanted it to be extended. And so it's just in the matter of whatever, they missed that first one, because she only saw the second announcement, but it went, I saw all of them. But I couldn't access, anyway, I didn't fit any of those meetings, I'm not staff, and I'm not
Mhm.
parent, but it's just funny how a person can have, that'd be the day you're out for a doctor's appointment, you're driving, and so you miss the whole, you just can't capture it all, so it's just more push out, but then you just wonder if there's a bulletin board that just has a rolling.
Well,
It's
and that's what I
tough.
think that, in talking with like Martha and some of our family liaisons, is that there's an option to do a digest that comes as like one message.
Yes.
That here's everything that would have been sent to you as separate messages today.
Right.
So it's just a little easier, you can be conscious and say, I want that to come to my email, and when I see that, I'll sit down and read it.
Scroll through it.
Yeah, kind of see what's there,
That
so.
only goes to them once a week, usually.
Yeah, so there's, I think you can do it
Online
daily or
job, we
weekly.
just have to start doing the blog, our report, and then a community message too.
Well, we, hopefully with community schools, we'll also be able to do a little work with communication specialists to also get our website maybe a little more integrated with some of those tools that we're already using. So when they hit the website, they go, oh, okay, here's all the Facebook postings that have happened that just automatically populate. And
Well,
some of
Martha's
those-
also made the suggestion of kind of looking at some of the low-tech ways of getting in touch with families too. She's mentioned to me things like print. Like, not all of our families engage with digital stuff.
Right.
And they make parents where it doesn't ever get, or
Yeah.
having it on the radio, or,
Yeah.
you know, things that are a little bit less,
dependent on the device.
well, device dependent, you know, also, just, it's arriving. You can't, you know, if you're listening to the radio, you're not gonna not see it, or if you're reading the Spanish language paper, you're not gonna, you know, it's gonna be there, and, you know, you don't have to, you don't have to get your phone and open the app and look at the thing
Yeah.
and do the thing, so, yeah.
And the Parent Square app is, I read them through the text message, but the Parent Square app itself is cumbersome. Because it doesn't refresh, and I keep pulling the thing down, and anyway, it's.
What's your password?
It's me. Well, I like that it goes to my text messages too, and my email comes in 3 different ways, but.
And I would really like for, on a communication standpoint, is to get electronic billboards in front of Dana
All
Gray
schools.
and Redwood, so that we're getting, because then they'll see that message sometimes 2 or 3 times as they're going around to schools and seeing the students and
Or they're
whatnot.
waiting
so.
for their kids.
Yeah,
and
or,
just scrolling.
those kind of things. so.
Or they see it at night.
Well, can the grant pay for that?
I don't know.
There's
I,
communication.
They are
So
outrageous.
expensive.
I know.
they're pretty expensive.
I was in
I
charge
don't
of them.
know. It's one of those,
So expensive.
based off, I wish I had more answers based off that webinar I attended, but Jamie was on it with me as well, and we kind of both came down and were chuckling at each other to just to be like, and we got
Nothing.
about this much, you know, they basically said, ask us.
Oh,
And we're like, didn't we do that when we submitted a budget?
Ask for permission.
Anyway, so,
Well, then,
more to
yes,
come
you
there.
can ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state unfortunately doesn't see it that way, so,
Get it in writing.
I will be with some of these folks next week with the CEI. They're also a part of that, so I'm hoping to kind of pull them aside and say, hey,
Well,
give
maybe
us a little
one
more
would be-
guidance.
I don't know, maybe you can do it. I know they're expensive, I'm sure, everything.
Yeah, but
Maybe
I,
they've come down, but, oh,
Yeah.
it was hard to, I mean, they are great, and even when I was on the Parents Club when we did the one at the middle school, you know, it's, I mean, you just, what you could do with that much money, it's out of control.
yeah,
And then when
it's-
they
I'd
don't
say it's in the $10,000 to
break,
$20,000 range for the sign itself, and
You
that's
talked
not.
about Redwood though, what did we talk about with the remodel, redoing a sign?
It wasn't necessarily in the budget of the remodel, but I just think it makes sense with the office moving that we move, and I don't want to move the sign that's there. It doesn't, it just doesn't make
Maybe
sense.
we
It has
can
little
find out
tiny
if we can
letters.
do,
Yeah.
you know, use them,
It
so, you know,
leaks.
We got,
Yeah.
I'm sure you
So
have all
anytime they
kinds of
put
ideas
anything
for
in
that
there
money, but-
on paper, it soaks up all the water and, yeah.
Okay. Advanced planning, suggestions for future board meetings. I know I heard bringing the SRO MOU back at the next meeting, as well as the board policy as separate items, I assume?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
At the next, sorry, the next regular.
Regular scheduled board meeting, yeah. Is there anything else at the moment?
No, I think I might have some opinions after we meet with Nicole next week, but.
Do we typically get to do a town hall discussion about these controversial items before we have our next scheduled board meeting? Yeah.
That was something we were talking about
Yeah.
earlier somehow.
And we did one here with the chief.
That was after the
That was
false.
after the
Yeah,
hoax and the
right.
lockdown.
Yeah, and I think the not having a town hall about this particular, about at least the incident itself, was just
Yeah.
that there's very limited information. I think having a town hall around the idea of some of the information we heard tonight about students not feeling safe and some of
Yeah,
those
that's
pieces, I think
good.
would be very appropriate, and I would certainly want to hear more of that.
Right.
So do we want to try and schedule that for the next meeting? Is that what? something? Or at least about school safety and SRO, and I'd love to hear from some of the kids that William's talking to.
Okay, we will look within, my schedule gets pretty restrictive over the next couple of weeks, so I apologize there. But we will work with that and try to find a time that we can get that scheduled.
Maybe after the safety meeting.
When's the safety meeting again?
Safety committee's on
November 7th.
November 7th.
Okay. And
So-
I can't attend that, so if one of you wants to take my spot.
Because that was just for the two of you, right?
That's
That wasn't the whole
We're
board.
part of the committee.
They were part of the
Right,
committee,
was
yeah.
it for the whole board to attend?
No.
not
I didn't
that
think so, okay.
No.
one.
'Cause- and
But
then
I will
what's
not,
the
I
other
will
one?
be on.
But Kathy
out
won't
of
be
town.
there, so somebody could
So
sit in for
somebody
her.
can be my spot if they wanna, because there's two. Anyway.
There's 2 spots, and you won't be in one.
And I won't be in one.
It's weird, I thought it was on my calendar and it's not there.
So,
What time
Okay.
is that meeting at?
3:30 in this room.
in here.
But I really, I would like to see us maybe doing more focus on safety and, I guess, than the I really think I'm hearing 2 distinct messages from families, and so that, I feel like we're in the MOU, yes, we need to deal with that and the training and all that kind of stuff, but I want more, or I want the staff to receive more feedback, and us, I mean, it's our work too, but,
Understand the
right, so we can really,
communication, how to improve response.
Yep.
'Cause every situation is very different.
so I wanna, because I feel like once we came out of that SRO piece and we kind of just got into the humans and the
Right, like we need
students,
to work together.
then, right,
Yeah.
then it changed the conversation, but if we just say we're gonna talk about the SRO, then I don't know, it felt to me
There was
like,
a transition.
yes. So I wanna, if we can, I wanna focus more on the working together and positive and hearing about students not feeling safe in our schools and not being treated equally and those, and I know it's all interrelated.
Well, there's, yeah.
But
It's over,
again,
but-
I really feel that we had a shift tonight when we just got down to the way kids feel, and
Right.
that, so,
So maybe we
just
can,
and that's probably just the messaging and the wording, it's that we wanna hear about those things and not browbeat the,
do you want to wait to make a decision till our workshop next week? After our discussion? with
no,
Nicole?
I think if you're gonna pick a date, you need to do it ASAP, just
Okay.
because, maybe what's on how the messaging is worded, but maybe
Okay.
get the
But
date,
Get the date on?
yeah, if
So
we can.
Is that,
I don't know if we can find a date on my calendar after the safety committee unless it's literally directly after the safety committee, which could be a possibility. It's on a Thursday.
what about the 6th?
Oh, you mean that same day?
Yeah, that same day,
Right.
just
Oh, gotcha.
immediately flow into it, but I don't know then if the safety committee's input is going to affect that in any way. We could also look at it before the safety committee so they actually have some of that information that we can respond to.
But then it's during the day, and I don't,
Well, do you want to
I
do the
think we need
6th?
to have
No,
it
no, I
at night
meant
so parents could,
a
oh,
pre-
day-wise.
a
Okay.
day-wise,
A day.
like say on the 5th or the 6th, that we could look at having the meeting there so that we could inform the safety
That's a good
committee.
idea, then it would encourage people to get involved and say, try to hear things firsthand, the other aspect, because of course when you're a parent, you're only looking at it from your family's perspective, but there are other first responders that need to have their lens and along with the student's lens. 'Cause unfortunately, we want to have a collaborative relationship with everyone.
So just, if you do choose one of those 2 dates, I am flying back from Seattle on the 6th, so I won't be here the 5th. I
I'm
can
not here
make
the
it.
whole week.
Oh, okay. I was
You're
gonna say,
not
I
here the
could
whole
make
week?
it back,
Okay.
but then.
Ninth and first of
Okay.
So 28th, 29th, 30th?
Well, you could do it with, I don't,
Oh, I think everybody.
gone
I
that
would
week?
like to be there, but
I
of
think,
course.
yeah.
Huh?
That's where I'm gone to San
Mhm.
Francisco for
You're
that
gone
time.
that week.
So the only time I'm back that week is on Halloween, and I don't think that would be a very popular time to have it.
Well, also you have to get ready for the, staff day the next day.
Yes, yeah, so I'll be in a lot of places then, so.
So,
Supposed to be a rough
fifth, sixth, or seventh, I guess.
Well, Connie's, or Connie, oh my God. Think about Connie buying candy for trunk or treat, I'm sorry. I just looked at something. No, Kathy's not gonna be here that whole week.
Well, and that's also, you know, something, and maybe this is continued at our conversation next week, is do we want the entire board there, or would it function as a subcommittee where we have staff present to kind of, you know, be here, have some other community members as a part of the conversation too.
Do more of a,
Workshop.
Yeah,
well, like.
or like just a town hall where we're just
sitting,
hearing,
yeah,
yeah.
not like
Right.
this panel thing.
Yeah.
We're just all sitting and
More like bird
learning.
chat, but bigger.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of the way we ran it after that April incident was in this room, we kind of had the tables around, just heard people's questions, were able to share information that we knew.
So then, do you just want to find availability for people that you think should be there? And
That's kind of what I was thinking, is maybe schedule it that way, and then,
whoever can show up.
Yeah.
yeah, whomever on the board, but you'll get the full report
Okay.
back out of it,
For
and
sure.
that kind of thing, so.
Yeah, but okay, well, if you, like Kathy said, got that date sooner than later.
I mean, I would pick the 5th right now, but that's.
Think election day? now?
I'm gonna say
day?
not the
I think the
5th,
sixth,
just
yeah.
please.
Yeah, then wait a minute.
That's gonna be an
Well, maybe the
emotional
6th
day
would
for a
be-
lot of
yeah.
people, I think.
Then we can do the 6th, yeah,
Okay.
I'm absolutely fine.
Next day might be worse.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think there'll be any decision. I don't think we're gonna, well, anyway, I think it's gonna be a long process.
How about the week before Thanksgiving?
We wanted to do it before our next meeting.
Yeah,
I
well,
think.
before
It's
the,
okay.
I think it's my,
It's just,
Before the 14th.
well, before the safety meetings, that there's other.
Yeah.
I think my brain
Well,
shuts
but
off
I-
at 14 hours in the day.
I don't know if it necessarily needs to be timed that, because to me, the safety committee's not dealing with
That's true,
this
they're
level
first-
yet.
they're
We're
doing like a
still
natural
pretty
disaster.
Right.
high level, yeah. We're not into,
This is
you know,
granular.
campus,
Okay,
you know.
right.
So I'm not
Okay.
sure they need to
Okay.
be, except for Joe's calendar.
Well,
They don't need to be
and I
related.
would think that you would want, other first responders.
I would say no, not at this.
Not this one,
No, I was thinking more,
just school community.
school community, maybe also some of our community supports and counseling and that sort of thing.
Parent liaisons should be.
Parent liaisons, yeah, so
Okay, so
that
check
kind
out
of
their schedules.
that vein of folks in the room, just simply because counselors that have been working with our students have a unique perspective and can maybe talk a little bit in a general sense about
Okay.
what has come up in sessions
Okay.
around that, so I think they've got a unique perspective. Same thing with our family liaisons, they're having conversations with families, so they'll hear that piece of things, so.
And we're gonna market this to students as well?
And then, does the sign-in list have phone numbers or emails or anything, just their name?
Just a name.
Okay.
I can get.
Sometimes they add
Well,
things.
no, not me.
Oh,
I
it's
just
like-
want the people
Oh.
that were here tonight and spoke, if we have a personal invite to them.
Well,
think
some
I-
of them gave you their information, right, tonight, or you just wrote down?
I just wrote down names and kind of some general comments they made so I could remember.
We can get you some contacts.
Sure.
I don't have all of them.
Everybody that did public comment
Okay.
submitted that information.
And don't they all have children in the district, so?
No.
No, they don't
Not
have to.
necessarily. Well,
Not
not,
necess-
no, not.
No, not
they-
necessarily, but
I think everybody.
we have, yeah,
It's a
we
small
have
town.
phone numbers
Scott's
for
got 'em for folks.
I was gonna say, we can,
and email if they wanted to give them.
I just thought it would be nice, again,
Uh-huh.
to
Yep.
send us not just a parent square blast.
No, I mean, it,
Because if we're
Both.
making a conscious effort, I want them to feel
yes.
included and welcome, and please come, don't, you know.
I think having a student, well, you didn't ask me that. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Well, I was kind of thinking, actually, Renee, on that if a couple of us could go to a couple school sites and have lunch with kids. I don't know if that's really our role, but I mean, I just
Or
feel
just
like.
have a meeting in the library.
That's the thing, if you're not on the council, you don't, there's no push out on the dates, like, I know high school had one, I'm like, oh, I wanna win, you know, just as a board member.
Yeah.
So those, I think that would be,
But I do think the students, and I don't know whether maybe the counseling staff could personally invite some, I know, you know.
probably so,
I don't know.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, anything else before housekeeping?
No, just so you're gonna get 2 people to do it with you, Joe, at town hall.
At least, yeah, I'm sure it'll be.
I mean,
there was
two
more,
board members.
there was more than two of us.
I don't
at
mean
the-
two people in the whole room, no, two board members.
No, I meant, I thought you were asking staff-wise. I was like, yeah, there'll be at least two of us.
Oh, gosh, no. No, no, no.
Sorry, it's getting late.
Okay, so we have ELAC meeting on October 22nd,
It's 10:30 then.
10:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's the Dana Gray and Redwood.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if there's some.
Yeah, if anyone,
What day of the week?
say
October.
Tuesday.
I showed up for
Sorry,
the
Stacy,
DLAC meeting
Cardinals.
this month, but it got canceled, but I did not know it got canceled. It's a bummer.
There's one in middle school at 5 o'clock.
Yep, 24th is our workshop at 5:30 in here. November 1st, is there anything you'll send us if there's any part of the day that,
I thought we were supposed to serve lunch.
We'll be on a pretty tight lunch timeline that day as we work through the schedule, so you're welcome to be there during lunch to kind of assist if you would like. They're box lunches, so it'll be pretty straightforward.
We can
I
help
mean,
you.
I thought that was.
so-
yeah, no, I did too.
That was
I
the
thought
thought.
it was,
I think we were thinking
yeah.
we were gonna have the grill out, we're gonna be grilling.
Yeah.
I just,
Well,
yeah,
maybe we can
I
hand out
thought
the
we
box
didn't do the
lunches.
thing in August, so we.
We'd welcome you there for that.
Do you know what time lunch is?
Yes.
12:30 is what we tentatively have
So
scheduled.
I won't
So if you have
not
a
be able to.
schedule,
I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
in town.
when the schedule's finished, it should be finished
you'll push
Monday.
out, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they'll let us know.
And then we're gonna push it out to
We got
everybody to sign up.
about that, but come through.
Um,
'Cause I'm gonna try to take in some of these.
Who's the next agenda setting? Anyone remember?
I thought that was the one I switched with somebody,
Because I have to
It's- I'm-
change the time.
because I'm on the list with Lillian. But is that the one I switched with you? Crystal?
I think so.
I
I'm December,
I can call in, but I think I can call in. I don't know what.
What's the date on it?
The 4th at 3:30, I will be boarding a plane.
I will
And
be
I
on.
will be on a cruise.
So
I,
Can we
I
move
don't
it the
know.
next day to the 5th?
The election day?
I mean, it's
Yes,
just agenda
we
setting.
could.
I mean, it's just,
I'd have to look to see where we are in.
Yeah, my schedule's open for that day. That shouldn't be an
Yeah.
issue.
okay, so if we can move it to the same time
On the 5th.
on the 5th. And if you look, if you're on a cruise ship, I'm not gonna.
I saw somebody walk by.
Who's December?
Diana.
Oh, it's
The
Diana.
custodian.
too.
Can I switch with you? Are you here on the 5th? We're available on the 5th?
I think part of it was, I'm not saying anything, but if you weren't elected, you wouldn't be here to do it.
I will be here on the because that's my last meeting.
She with her last little push.
But that's
Yeah,
true,
my
you
last
could do agenda setting.
So you're wanting to change it to the 5th?
Yes.
No,
Agenda setting
Yes.
Yeah, agenda setting.
at 3:30.
Renee's already moved it,
I
already
did.
moved it. We're moving it, it's done.
We got it. It's done.
but can we
That was
change
quick.
people?
Yeah, I think so. Did you want December then? Is that what you're
It
saying?
works better in my calendar.
December 2nd is what you'll take.
Okay.
And I'll do,
And then you'll do the
5th.
November.
Renee, do you have that?
I'm changing it.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I switched with, I took care of that, but maybe not. That was another meeting, I guess.
I think that was enough.
That was
You and
last
I
month.
switched.
Whatever.
Not saying I don't think you're gonna. I do.
We,
Yeah.
this trip was, booked Toby and my husband was good to go, and he's good to go, so we're going.
Oh, good.
Good. That's exciting.
Okay, anything
Good
else?
for you.
No.
I'm sending you
I'll
an
remind
invite.
you. Okay, thank you, Diana.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for the late hour, but appreciate everyone's time.